Up and running. Gotta keep myself motivated, man. Gotta do it because I'm on chemo and what's the other thing that's going down? Got the hiccups for 4 hours now. Officially. It's a byproduct of this friggin' treatment and it pisses me off. It's the one thing I really can't functionally deal with. Well, I guess I should say what I'm up, man. I'm up, but not a bad for a chemo day. I'm up 20,005 deuce zero. We don't die, we multiply when we see deuce. I wonder if I can update it in real time. Does it allow me to do that? Hells yeah. Up 25, 5 deuce 0. We are in a long. And we will attempt to trade on TradingView within their accurate terms of service. I don't try to break the terms of service. It's just one or three mods there. I happen to find times when they think I break the terms of service. I'm going to share an aggro, get into my training, and I'm going to do it once just because I need to get it outside of my system, I guess is the way to say it. I need to let it free. Is Tony Nephew Elite or Nephew Elite Tony? I haven't figured out which one I'm going to start calling him. Has mentioned. Oh, by the way, you know, if you're in the group, man, you guys got to give love to friggin' Damon today. You know, trading the futures, normal ones. You know, it's hard to stream. You know, I know it firsthand, and I say this. If my hiccups annoy you, I highly apologize. I really do. If it annoys you, I highly apologize. There's nothing I can do about it, son. But I'm in the mood to trade. Got an hour of sleep last night, so we're on baller status right now. Stream in the browser. Hells yeah. I didn't even check the stream and see if I'm actually on the YouTubes. So let's check and see, am I on the YouTubes? Usually do this. Booyaka shot, buddy. Really just trying to stay motivated. Gotta be so motivated. Times I thought I'd never make it. Come on, GC, work out in our favor. Now, I have the stream set up for Trade 08 here. Now, I've never traded in Trade 08 for a while, so we fitting to figure it out. I don't like it already. I mean, I like some of it, but here, what a pain in the butt to go and sell. Look at that. So if I want to put a limit sell, I got to go in your dumb overburdened menu to go to trade and then go sell. Now, maybe there's a better way to do it. Maybe I'm just too stupid to figure it out. But I got to like go walk through and find it every single time. Like, come on, give me another option, man. I want another option. I know I can do market sells and buys, but hey, give me another option. Plus, where's my flatten button? The other problem is I can't obscure my account here. So I'm not going to readily share vectors of attack. I don't think TradingView understands the whole logic of an actual profitable trader. Like, I don't think they really get it. So while we have a stream on TradingView, it might not ever be launched here today because of the annoyances of what is happening. You know, I could share the restream. That's baller. Let's do that. Oh man, these hiccups, man. Like, it is the bane of my existence right now. Cancer, chemo, whatever. Well, hiccups. That's the one that's going to take me down. God, so freaking annoyed, dude. So how do I share this? There's got to be a way to share this overall. Hold on. Destinate chats. Okay, now share. Well, there's a button to say switch to annual offer. That's good. You know, hey, now I know how to upgrade. But how do I share my tool? Yes, this is great. Well, I'll just share the YouTube. If I can find it. We're up on everything. And up about 19 G's for the day. I don't need this activity log. I thought I would watch it and do something with it, but I don't. But I'll find something else to put here, probably some kind of derivative of something that it would be cool. You know what I could put? Nah, I can't, because they don't let you divvy up the actual indicators. Still in my trade in Sierra. Started executing trades today so that it could give me the hiccups, obviously, is what I wanted to do. Given my trailing stop. Plenty of room on that one MNQ plot. Lot. Yeah. We've given it plenty of room on that NNQ plot. What I love about Sierra chart, there's a couple things I absolutely love. I just moved up a trailing stop loss with my mouse. That was awesome. That is like next level genius of how a trading platform should operate. I am utterly impressed. All right. Let's do it, man. Let's stream it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's stream to friggin'. We're going to stream. Oh, here we go. This is how I do it. No, this isn't how I do it. Destinations. Okay, there should be a share here. I used to be so motivated. At times I thought I wouldn't make it. What is this crap? Who's that? Oh, those are my members. All right, hey, if you want to join the best trading system on the planet, you need to send me a DM right now or an email or visit my website and join the best trading system on the planet. How do I flatten here?
Order filled.
Okay, I got out. Sweet. That's how to flatten. Send me an email, send me a DM, ask how to get started. You could be started by the end of the day and you could be trading one of the single best trade systems on the planet. And by the end, before I take my last breath, it will be in the top 5 single trading platforms ever created in mankind. If I need to get AI involved, it'll get involved. If I don't, I won't. Just sharing, you know, this isn't checkers. This isn't even chess. This is Go. That's what we do here. It's Go. And you know, Go is more advanced than chess in my mind. I have a harder time playing Go. I can share that. And strategically playing Go. Need to cancel these orders. Booyakasha. I'm going to flex a little bit here in a little bit. Like real flex. Like real life flex. Yeah, I don't see me flex too often, but I'm going to flex. I'm in the mood to flex. I'm in the mood to actually challenge you personally. If you're watching, I'm in the mood to challenge you personally. challenge you for greatness. To be upfront and blunt about the whole situation. If I could be rather blunt about the whole situation that I would like to see. There we go. We're moving up, son. I used to feel so devastated, but now I found I couldn't make it. So I think TradingView is going to regulate me to getting one more monitor. Just when I thought that was out, they pull me back in. Let's see if we can do this. I'm going to give this an experiment, and I might even just do it in a demo account. Because I don't like to test new technology on a strictly like arbitrary like platform that I don't know that could just rapidly blow up in my face. Ooh, our stops got what cells got filled? Where was that at? Oh. Okay. There we are. Can I move these down? Okay, is that moved down or what? I don't get it. All right, TradingView, you will almost impress me if you just move down my trailing stop. Like I will be almost impressed. So how we're going to do this on the TradingViews. I believe we can do this. I think I can do this. Actually, I don't know if I can do this. Can you see my TradingView chart? Okay. So the question is, when I put this over the top of it, do you see that? No, it is streaming the window. So technically I could just ensure. Okay. That's what I could do. All right, we on TradingView now. It's kind of cool to trade on because if I could, if what just happened, meaning that I can move my trailing stops without, because TradeOvate doesn't allow you to move trailing stops like with the mouse. I mean, I might be recommending a derivative. Basically, your FAR chart setup is like your 4 chart setup is the 5 minutes. Maybe what you do is you put it on TradingView. TradingView, you might be in for the win. Now the negative for that is, what is the negative of that? You have to spend $10 a month for connection to. I like this too. Also, it kind of shows you well, I don't know if I like it. I kind of like it where it kind of shows you that like it gives you this notification. I apologize for the hiccups. Going forward, I'm not in the mood to fully explain what's going down with how we're going to start operating around these parts. But one of the things you probably noticed is that in Discord, if I share the screen, especially on YouTube, I've been moving things around. We're getting a little bit more organized. We have let me make sure we're not in that. We have a Delta, Alpha Den, Alpha Journals, Trade Room Alpha, Bravo Den, Warrior, which I will not share at all, Nephew Elite. Then we have the Futures Trading, BTC, all markets in the trades. And then I'll figure out how main gets divided up. I think we're going to keep the general. We're getting rid of training because that's going to be housed on the website for posterity. Mindsets and psychology, I probably should move that there as well. But what I do appreciate about Discord is that I get votes and stuff. So for instance, looks like people are voting that Some people voted the middle finger. Some people voted the thumbs up. I started the middle finger. So that's still a vote for yes, by the way. It's not you flipping me the bird. So do you like content and I'll test it. If I did content where I use the mind map and I use this as my bullet points and we talk about this. Now, if we need to jump to a chart, we'll jump to the chart. If we don't, then we won't. So that's kind of the plan on that. I'm excited about a lot of the organization we're bringing to the world, or to our world, I should say. So I'm excited about that because that's great stuff. Can I stream to Discord? Why, we don't know.
Stop field.
Oh, so you know what? We might have that noise you heard is me getting out of my futures trade on sorry, on Tradeovate or on Sierra charts. I'm sorry. What the hell? Where'd my window go? It's a little upsetting I don't have my window. I should almost go flatten. Because I don't know what's going on. So did it remove a window? Oh, there it is. Well, no, this isn't the window. Oh, yeah, it is. What the hell? Where the hell did it go? Sorry. All right, so going forward in the trades, here's how that's going to work out. Number one, I got to see what I'm streaming. So I should shut down the things I don't need. Like that I don't need. This, we're up $1,100 on 2 lots in the NQ. It has not tested the or high. Freaking hiccups, dude. For the day, P&L wise, we are up 20,196. Did I say 25,000 in the stream, in the title? I don't know. I don't remember. Well, I need to update the title. I'm off on the title. I'm not gonna be 2615. I'm not gonna put out a false number. What the hell? I'm not the government. I'm not the Fed. I don't put out massage numbers. Yeah. Disconnected. Where is it disconnected? Friggin' Trading View, man. The amount of times I gotta push X on stupid notifications that Trading View gives me. Once again, annoying platform to trade on sometimes. Or to do anything with. Just being upfront. Just being reals. I don't even know if the kids say that anymore. Let's do a check. How many people are watching? That's what we need to really, not really, but that's what would be nice to know. Then I can kind of share a little bit of things about the future and where we're going, which will be continue to be shared as we move forward. Where's my Discord? Oh, freaking hiccups, man. I am at the... What are these numbers for and what do you use them for? What numbers? Oh, those are, if you're watching the stream, they're counts of candles. the candle count for the day. Guess I'll share TradingView too. Might as well. Give it love. Even though they don't like me. Where are we at on the Sierra account? Okay, we're up. Not quite baller status, but we're up. Anybody in the chat? Anybody here? Anybody watching the stream? How many people does it say we got? It says that we've got roughly 14 watching on YouTube. Oh, there we go. Hey Nathan. Hey Torsten. Hey Trade Smarter. Hi Rex. Do you have hours that you stream? No, not really. But going forward, my nephew will be streaming. He's got his machine here coming today or tomorrow. So he'll have a stream machine. My plan is at least 3 times a week for me. 2 to 4 hours, morning and afternoon. Then, sweet, you're here, brah. Thanks, brah. Thanks, bruv. You know, what's the proper way to use bruv? So, like, if I want to infiltrate London, like, in it, I need to know how to say in it. I need to say it properly. In it. And I need to understand the proper way to say bruv. So anybody that's from the UK, maybe streets of the UK would be great, because I'd want to be able to authentically communicate within the streets. But I'll communicate the same way that I communicated in the streets when I was in the streets. So, sorry, I got a hiccup. When I was in the streets, it's indifferent to how I am right now. You might not believe it. You know, I don't believe I'm going to share this. In my teenage years, I was not on the right path. But one of the things that I believe saved me many times is that I did not try to be who I wasn't who wasn't, and not that I wasn't somewhat of a, how do I say this without not getting too deep? Not that I didn't run with a feared group. Let's put it that way. I was still me. Didn't try to act black. Didn't try to act Mexican. Didn't try to act Asian. I just act like the dude I am. Yeah, 3 times a week. Look, I'm going to overtly say this. If you're not a member, you need to join. And I'm going to overtly say this because at one point in time, you're going to wake up in the future and we're going to ghost as a group. We are going to go ninja. We're going to ghost. And we're going to go into stealth. And we're not going to come out of stealth. The end state for what I do here at Rex Dog Trading is, I've already shared the why. But one of the end states is, and unless I'm talked out of this by Tony or other people that I highly trust, one day in the future, we're going to go in stealth mode, and the members that are members will have the opportunity to follow us. Be involved. You can lurk. Yeah, I don't mind you lurking. But, you know, so I'll share a little bit behind baseball, since we're just kind of waiting for the trade to unfold and there's no real master trade on the books. We're up on 2 lots, about $800 and some odd dollars. I don't see any trade I want to execute here at the market close that looks really appealing. Maybe a CL trade, so let's get into that. Let's do the CL
Order
trade.
filled.
So let's get into the CL trade. We're up in it. Let's do our trailing stops. So I know it looks like, well, the last couple of days, I've been a little bit more active differently and kind of getting more engagement. One of the reasons why is we got approved for being a community server here on Discord. Means we can be discoverable. We can do a couple of the things. Can I ask Q? Sure. Absolutely. I love questions. Yes, questions are awesome because that's what I want. Look, I don't put myself out there so that you can't actually benefit from me. Like, I'll tell you when you try to take too much blood. Like, how can I learn Forex? Want the real answer? I'm going to give you a real answer, and I'm going to give you a real answer in what I believe. And it's going to involve me. Okay. You started 3 weeks ago. Okay. Where do you live? Country. I don't need to know. Like, don't tell me I live at 600 block, East Pakistan. Or I don't even know if that's a real address, right? But just share that because that'll help me answer your question in a authentic way. Okay, UAE, awesome, sweet. You got a lot of options. Now you don't have a trade system right now because you're 3 weeks old. Okay, so do you see any value? How new are you to me, and do you see any value in what I provide as far as guidance on how to be an elite trader in the quickest way possible? You can say, hey, I just found you, or like, no, dude, you're like too odd. I can't resonate with you. Plus, you got cancer. You might die in 2 weeks. I mean, just be upfront. I'm not going to die in 2 weeks, by the way, unless they come for me. Like I said the other day, if they come for me, you won't hear from me if I ran out of ammunition and my nephew couldn't get to me in time. So that's the only way. Oh, okay. Sweet. Here's the real answer. And then here's the answer if you don't want the real answer and you want to go down your own path completely. If you want to learn as quick as possible and actually learn from someone that's a profitable trader that proves it every single day and that has developed a system that he works on refining, and you want to be with a guru, in air quotes, or teacher that actually shows up every day, doesn't focus on BS, focus on creating real trade. We still have fun. If you want to be in a system like that, where the trader that developed it since 2018, that trades every market, that continuously refines it, that continuously tries to make it better, that this morning, for instance, I did a stream with a person that just got started on the system 30 days ago. I did that not for one simple reason, so I could sit back and I could watch. Yeah, it's $9.97. I know, it's expensive for people, but I'll never go free. So it before we ghost, I might just raise the training to $99,000. I might do that. That's the one thing I might do. Yeah, you do. It's $9.97 lifetime fee. Get all indicators on TradingView. Get all indicators like where we're putting them, where we have them, and you get access to all training that I add, and I add quite a bit of stuff. Direct access to me. You get $9.97. You get cheapest training you can see out there based on value, in my personal opinion. This isn't gonna be a pitch fest, so I'm not gonna make it that. But there's no trades on the table. We're in 2 trades, CL, and we've got possibly a GC trade. I was in the TradingView GC group last night because I couldn't sleep because I know it's huge for you, so I guess, and I do apologize. It is huge for you, so I get it, and that's kind of one of the things that I've considered. Like, okay, how How do I open it up to people in your situation? And I know this firsthand, just so you know. So I'll just share a little background on me so you know. I had a product that I created. How to sell to Americans. You can't find it anymore because I used the power of what I know SEO wise and everything else to ensure it never showed up. And it's not because I wasn't proud of it. It's just when I made the change in my life to be a trader, I just wanted to move on completely. So I created a series for Pakistanis, for Indians. I don't know if you call yourself Pakistanis or Indians, but this is what we call you here in the U.S. I don't think this is going to get me canceled. For countries like that, Vietnam, for countries where there's where we outsource kind of like technical issues to. I worked at a series of banks you would know. So I had a team of, typically my team would be made up of a 10 person team that I'd be hired on as a consultant. I'd hire a technical team and I'd be the technical lead. My team usually consisted of 2 or 3 Americans, typical Americans. I shouldn't say typical Americans because there's no typical American. What you would consider the average white American, I guess it would be, say, female, male, and then another male. And then the rest of the team was Pakistani, Indian, and, like one other kind of like really mixed individual. Anyways, they actually were the reason why I created that book. I created a book no, I can't. Thanks, nephew, Elite Tony, for asking me to join the voice on Discord. So I created a book on how these outsourcers could sell to Americans. And it did really well. So I'm sharing that because I learned a lot about those cultures. I met a lot of people. Because the similar way that I do trading, where like I create a group and then, I be authentic in the group and I do the best I can. And well, I didn't exactly create a group there, but what I did is I connected with customers that bought my product and I continuously improved it. And that actually helped a lot. I mean, one of my customers became a top Upwork team from India. So, I basically created a way because what I find with a lot of Indians and Pakistanis especially, and I'm not saying you're Indian or Pakistani or in the UAE, those type of areas, is that extremely well-talented people. And, when you're working with Americans, Americans that I look at Americans in 2 ways, okay? Just so you know. And I know this is a complete tangent outside of trading, so I do apologize if it's totally distracting and you're like, don't want to hear any of this crap. But there's no trades on the table other than what we're in. I don't have any other trades. We're in a NQ trade with 2 lots. Are we? Yeah. We're up 520. Sorry, finally. It's actually good when the sun gets in my eyes, because that means it's transferring over from winter to spring. Winter to spring. It's trying to, even though it's already officially spring.
Yeah, but it's cold as heck up in Minnesota.
Oh, hell yeah. True that.
Minnesota's got 2 different weather changes, and at least no mosquitoes.
Yeah, say less. So no, I agree.
In Texas, it's even worse.
Yeah.
Texas, Arizona, California.
I haven't got to spend enough time in Florida, which is where we're looking. Florida or Montana, we'll get a big mansion with not a graveyard, a big mansion with a graveyard, big mansion with Have you seen that YouTuber that has a shooting range that he can shoot 50 cals in his house?
Yeah,
That dude's baller status. And
that's like
a whole
Colorado.
gun.
That's where I would want to go.
Montana has the most, I think, bunkers. So
Oh yeah, 100%.
so, yeah,
Good thing I live in Canada.
yeah, yeah. Okay, you couldn't live in Canada, dude. You want to be armed like me. So like you don't.
Yeah, and they're also super. Well, I guess they used to be like super big on like the COVID thing.
Yeah, no, they are still. Yeah, but as far as armaments, their armament rules suck. You can have some things, but they're genuinely trying to get rid of it. So, there goes that skill and fun. All right, so now we're up on the CL. We're up about 120. So going forward, I'm not feeling the best. So I'm just sharing that, so I just can't. I'm not going to be able to concentrate on the direction I want to take things. So basically, the end of this stream will be basically me dealing with my chemo treatment and the hiccups that I've had since 9 o'clock today. And I've tried multiple things to get rid of them. So it's at the point where I'm extremely upset about the whole situation. Yeah, so that's kind of where the rest of the day is going to go. I'm going to try. I'll flex on this. You know what? I'm going to flex. All right. And I want to talk to anybody that's watching or is watching the stream. And I don't care if you're a member. I don't care if you're new. Like, look, you have no excuses in my mind. We all deal with stuff. Okay. We all got things to deal with. Okay. But let me share with you my last day. And I want you to relate this to the fact that I'm up $20,000 for the day. 20,845, 854. Okay? Not to flex that number, not to flex that at all. But I want you to compare what I have had to deal with life-wise and trading a highly effective system and why I don't accept excuses from able-bodied people. So what I mean by that is, Nephew Lee, you have to mute your stuff every now and then, maybe when you're not talking, just consider it. So yesterday, number one, my wife has not been listening to me. She had pancreatic cancer and she's had major surgery, and she's just now starting to accept the fact that your body changes. She's been throwing up and has had stomach issues for 5 days, and I almost picked her up two days ago and said, you can't fight me because you weigh 95 pounds, and I'm going to pick you up and take you to the ER. Well, she did not want to go. She's at the ER now because she hasn't ate for 6 days. She's been able to hold some liquids down, but, she's stubborn and she's tough. Look, I'm not going to share much about my life, but my wife at 4 and 5 years old was being chased by communists in the jungles. Watched family members and people get killed in front of her. Had to cross a river kind of like in a group on inner tubes while the communists were shooting at them, actively trying to kill them in the middle of the night. First generation of her kind of like family, and is just making the most of America. She's tough. Tolerate pain. She went to the ER finally about 2 hours ago. I couldn't go because I'm on chemo and I feel like crap. So I was getting chemo treatment yesterday, and I was up till 4 because I get steroids with it and I can't sleep. So I would rather create training, content, and everything else. I don't want sympathy. Don't give me sympathy. If I hear sympathy, I'll get pissed. Okay? My stomach feels, I've had the hiccups since 9 o'clock. I've tried multiple things to get rid of them, and they don't go away. I'm on chemo treatment. My fingers hurt like shit because the byproduct of some of this chemo treatment is make your fingers extremely sensitive. So I can't really type. For those that don't know, I had major surgery years ago where I have an ostomy and urostomy, right? So I add all this up, okay? And I know I created the system. And I know you're going to say, oh, it's just easy for you. Well, look, you're going to see firsthand from Nephew Elite Tony how, you know, he will become an elite trader. You're going to start seeing Delta members become elite traders. And your role in the Alpha Den is the second that you start trading live capital, you need to be in the Delta Den. Okay? But if I have, and I've just shared also one of our vehicles, the alarm didn't decide to do this last week when I was kind of recovering and healthy. But yesterday, our alarm decided to just start going off randomly, nonstop. So, you know, we had to take that in last night, deal with that. We did get, I mean, if you go to decent places, you get loaner cars all the time. So we got a loaner car. That's positive. But, you know, this is life shit, right? This is just life shit. So I'm really not looking for, yeah, you'll be in Delta. Man, yeah, for sure in Delta. So I'll add you here off stream. So what excuse do you as an able-bodied person that doesn't have to get up every day in pain, doesn't feel pain 24 hours a day? I'm not complaining, okay? I'm just sharing you. Look, one of the things I shared with someone, I interjected with someone in the Delta yesterday, and I'm going to share much of what I shared with him because like he was making a wrong decision around what he had to do, and it was going to set him back. So we talked for, I don't know. I said, hey dude, can we talk for 2 minutes just so I can like adjust you so that you're thinking correctly? I didn't say it like that. He said, yeah, well, you know, I have the ability to turn a 2-minute talk into an hour talk. So we talked for an hour. Delta member, right? He's a Delta member because when you get to Delta, you're dealing with issues that you don't even realize that you think you're putting off, but you need to start dealing with them right away so that in the future you know what to do. Plus, there's other things that happen when you start becoming a successful trader that none of you realize, that none of you know, that even some people that, and I know some successful traders, they still have problems because they didn't listen to me and say, hey, you know, you need to create a company. You know, if you go to an accountant.
Stop field.
Got stopped out of our NQ trade. See what time it is. It is 2:01. So we have an opportunity for a fake break in one direction and potentially get picked up. So let's get looked at getting picked up here and here down to 13.092, 13.096. Let's look at an opportunity to get picked up for one position here and then one position here. Now I put that on the 5-minute chart. We're going to go to our 4-chart setup, which is the superpower in trading. And that superpower in trading is going to provide us with the opportunity to say whether or not those trades are within the realm of what we should be looking at. So let's go here. Are they within the realm of what we should be looking at? That is what the 4-chart setup gives us. Yeah, they are. So the first one is accurate, so we would put an entry there. Next one is accurate down here. Hiccups popping up again like a boss. Here's our level in chart 4. So going forward, the streams that I want to do, and then I'll get back to basically overtly telling you that you need to join the membership right now. And I don't overtly do this, and I'll stop doing this. I'll do it every couple weeks. There's going to be weeks where I'm going to overtly just tell you need to join. So it's you know, I don't overtly do that, and I do mention it from time to time, but I'm going to start every 1 or 2 weeks just saying overtly you need to join. And I want to use what I just shared about my days and what I've gone through. If the amount of normal life stuff, in addition to cancer, getting chemo treatment, my wife having major pancreatic surgery and still recovering from that at the ER now, we have a car in the shop, like it's $997 one-time fee. So Like, if I can execute this system, and of course you're thinking like it can't be that easy. Look, I've made it a point the last 2 weeks to really connect with members, and members, like, you can share in general, like, have I connected with you? Not a lot, maybe 5 or 6 or 7 of you. And I've made a point to really listen to my nephew and what he's been saying about the system. Like, he told me yesterday something along the lines of Delta members is free. No, 1K. Yes, $9.97. And there's a reason why I charge that. I'll share the reason why I charge that. Okay, and why it's not $99,000 or it's not $10,000. I believe it's worth that based on the amount of time I put in, based on the amount of knowledge you're getting from me. I showed a mind map recently, and I know I'm going off in tangents, but look, there's no trades. Like, okay, well, we're up $300 in our NQ trade. Sweet. You see this? Oh, actually, these are fixed stops, so I can move these on the CL trade. Sorry, CL trade. CL is all, for y'all that don't know. Black gold, it's also called, affectionately named. Sorry, I had to respond to someone. All right. So where was I at? Who knows where I was at? Oh, I know the point I was making. Look, we're going to be avert, and then, like, I want questions. So I want trading questions. I want you to utilize me. If you want success in trading, there's probably about 10 systems out there that you could find that I would endorse. Mine is one of them. And I'd only endorse the 10 systems because there's specific things about them. But even then, you're benefiting that I own those 10 courses. And when another course comes up that I believe is in the caliber of what I do, then I will buy it. And I will not steal from it, but I will go through it. And you saw the mind maps that I do. I mind map and I take notes. And then, I take notes in Evernote, so it's searchable. Now I'm starting to use, because the text capture is good. I take notes. And then I say, okay, that's a really good, interesting way. So for instance, I just bought a training the other day. Terrible trading. Garbage. Paid $2,000 for it. I've been looking at it for a long time. The actual concepts in it are okay. The presentation is garbage. Also, just, they're not there. They don't show up. It's always a pitch fest. Not adding new training. And the ideas aren't coherent. The marketing side is beautiful. And I know now who they hired, because I used to be in the internet marketing world to create the website, because I recognize the copy because I've hired the guy before to create copy. So I recognize the copy. It's pretty funny that, copywriters, they have a signature. I recognize the copy. So I called up this dude and I said, you made the copy for this, didn't you? He said, yeah, I was like 2 years ago. I'm like, like, did you even look at the program? He says, dude, I don't look at the program. But what the hell? How the hell would I know it's good? I'm like, well, I'm just telling you, man, look, it's on your page as you did it. Like, maybe that might look good for other people, but once you get behind the curtain, it's garbage. Although I did pull out 4 or 5 things that I'm looking at, but it's garbage. I'm just being upfront. Like, I strive not to do garbage. I strive not to do garbage. I strive not to release garbage. I strive every single day. I also strive not to overwhelm y'all with stuff, because I know that I'm at a different level, right? So I strive not to do that. Sean Bolzer. I'll say this: it's in the Frank Kern clan. It's not Frank. It's in his clan. And he probably got paid 70, 80 grand to do it. So, I still get tricked with sales, Sean Volster. Yeah. So if you know that world, he's one of the Deadly Seven. Yeah. Like, so for those that don't know, I know NLP. I know marketing. I know these people. Like, like in real life. I've been to conferences and I was invited to the after parties, and the after party where they get real. Right? For what most of you don't know is that there's an after party, and that after party is just to upsell you. That's all that after party is. And it feels like you're getting more real conversations. That's not the real conversations. The more real conversations, and when you've actually done something for those individuals, because all they really care about is money. That's why you're seeing all of them pivot to AI. None of these people know about AI or how to really leverage it, but they know how to market it. Yeah. So, I just felt dirty in that world. I think the NQ's ripe for going
Order
long.
filled. Order filled. Order filled.
So we're going to go long in that bad boy. Yay, yay, as Cube would say.
Sir, I have a question about the system, if it was able to be implemented on NinjaTrader Broker. I've talked before with you, and we spoke about the problem of not being able to have any brokers other than CFDs and the issues that come with it. So recently I've been able to get an account with NinjaTrader. Actually, I had to buy another citizenship for me to be able to do that. So I was thinking about joining your system, and I had this question.
So why Ninja first? And then there's two things that we're working on, or there's three answers to this question. So why Ninja?
Yeah, well, ultimately because...
why not Tradeovate, I mean?
Because the citizenship problem, the previous citizenship will not allow me even on any broker that
Okay.
That is actually a broker other than CFDs. So with this new citizenship, I can have either IBK or NinjaTrader.
Okay, great. With your citizenship, would you be able to join a U.S. company that was licensed to hire people to trade?
I'm not sure that I can, and even though I have to provide real account status for the thing, for now I'm aiming for trading futures, be specialized in future trading, and basically the problem is I cannot even show a record of future trading. All I have is a crypto portfolio. And
I don't care about
history.
that. Just so let's say there was a firm right now that said, okay, I believe you. You have potential. I mean, you have capital that you could trade with now, right?
Yes.
Don't share it. So, and I don't want to know. Is more than $3,000 or is it less? That's all I want to know.
No.
Okay.
It's more.
Okay. So if there was a firm that said, okay, I believe you can be a trader, and said, okay, you do 3, we'll match you 3, and then you're going to be hired underneath this prop firm to be a trader. Yeah. That's the offer. You get an offer term sheet, and then there's a split 70-30 with bonuses. Is that something that would appeal to you?
Yeah, actually it is. Actually, the thing about the prop firm is being surrounded by other traders and having meetings and discussing macro and micro analysis of the market would be a much useful thing than being isolated. which is basically what we are doing here in general, like in this chat room and every other one.
Yeah, but I would say in my
So,
group it's not. I mean, I'll be upfront. In my group, you don't see what's behind the scenes. It's not. My group
yeah,
can call upon me at a moment's notice and other members. So I get what you're saying, but um, that. But you're right. There's a benefit of that, and so there's four responses to this question that I will respond
okay.
to after I'm done and asking questions.
Yeah.
So with that dual citizenship, you have to renew it every year. I don't understand how that works.
Sure.
Just explain, because if you'd be graceful enough to explain it, because there's other people in your situation that I would like to find
Of course.
solutions for, as well as you.
Of course. Of course. Ask Ahmed.
Yeah. So how does that work? Meaning, like, are you can you get a driver's license?
Yeah, my main issue is I'm originally from a country called Libya. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Oh yeah.
We
Yep.
have been through. Yeah. Okay,
Beautiful
great.
country.
So
I haven't been there, but I heard it's a beautiful
we've
country.
actually me and you have discussed this issue before. You probably have forgot because it's a few, like, if not a year, a few months ago. But the main issue is, as I said, like the Libyan citizenship is forbidden from, like, it's under some sort of sanction agreement that it's not able for any Libyan citizen to get a brokerage account at any firm or a broker just as a retail,
Wow.
just for the citizenship. Yeah.
Wow. So here,
we spoke before, and I told you, like, I'm on the mission to get another citizenship, and I was finally able to get that very recently, like about a week ago, and finally got my my broker account with NinjaTrader, which is basically the first thing I tried. Like, the ones that are open, like, worldwide, are NinjaTrader and Interactive Brokers, as I mentioned before. So that was I have now 2 accounts with these 2.
okay. So let's attack the
So that's why
NinjaTrader.
I asked about the system.
Yeah, so NinjaTrader, the problem with NinjaTrader right now is they acquired Trade08. And
Yeah.
and no one can figure out. So, there's 3 paths for those that don't know. There's 3 paths that they're trying, Number 1, they have their own platform that people have spent years and thousands of dollars buying indicators and tools for.
Exactly, which is not even that much of a good platform.
Stopfield.
Like, it has a lot of issues.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So that's why, NinjaTrader MT4 for me, almost causes me to pick up my computer and throw it out the window.
Exactly.
Old NinjaTrader, that's why I never understood how people could be successful, because when I first started trading, I'm like, none of these tools are built for traders. I know who they're built for because I ran a software business. They're built for the 90% that don't know how to make money. Because when you're a real trader, you have to get to, like, I should have moved to Sierra Charts or one of the 4 options 2 years ago. But, like,
That's what
if it's not broke, why fix it? Like, if I can make, today I'm making $21,000 on Trade08,
Stopfield.
but I'm also trading another broker as well. So, and then I'll be trading Sierra Charts here pretty much next week a lot. Like, I can do this day. I can make 22 grand day in, and not obviously. Now that I stream, I don't make it day in and day out. I can make positive P&L day in, day out with just Trade08, right? A very limited platform. So to your question on NinjaTrader, so NinjaTrader, their new tech that if you download from their website is based on the Trade08 platform. It's a skinned over, but the tech underneath and the indicators are all Trade08. It's all
Stopfield.
JavaScript based indicators. So
they have released a new platform other than NinjaTrader 8. That was my recent the last thing I saw before they purchased Trade08.
So then your indicators don't work on that tool, but I know there's people trying right now to transition their tools. I just talked to someone in DM. They said they built a tool that most of the things they've transferred over work okay, but they have one tool that they're really worried about. it's an advanced tool and advanced order placement and everything else. So like, and it's not just him. It's not just you. I've heard this from other traders, other ninja traders. I've heard this of people that I know in real life that built their whole business on trading NinjaTrader, and they're utterly frustrated the last couple weeks. So what we don't know the answer to, we're not going to create the indicators. So I was in a talks and I'm waiting for a call back today because they might have more information. I was a week or so away from buying a NinjaTrader, approved NinjaTrader shop, one of the top 10 NinjaTrader indicators by dollar volume, lifetime dollar volume, to get into the ecosystem. And then basically we'd support the indicators, but then it would become a Rexdog shop immediately. And we would call those legacy indicators that, while valuable, you can keep them and use them. Once you see our system, every person would want our system. So that's one path that I'm still going down. Is otherwise we will then become NinjaTrader approved so that we can start doing their dumb webinars. I call them dumb. I apologize. I shouldn't call them dumb. The webinar we do won't be dumb is what else? Like, I just hate that every email I get from them is the market solution. Like, and I know that's why they market that way, but like, that's very impossible. You know, it's just like, it's not every indicator they have, and, you know, they're derivatives, and they don't sell full systems. And I'm just going to share a little bit more why I'm going down these directions. I've not gone down these directions because I didn't want to go down these directions and go down to the dark side, so to say, right? Do webinars with NinjaTrader. But I decided, and a lot of this was talk with Nephew Elite Tony, is that I've never made a really good run at it my way, on my terms, not on their terms. So if NinjaTrader doesn't adjust to my terms that I would like to do something, then we'll just find a way to get our indicators there, and we won't leverage their marketing ability. Because it's more important that the indicators get there. Now, the problem that I'm facing now is the developers I talk to are just as confused as the traders. So I can't find a NinjaTrader developer that can tell me what is the right move here. Our indicators are on the current downloadable aspect of NinjaTrader 8 on what you can download. Just got knocked out of the NQ trade. Not much profit there. We're not in any other NQ trade. We are up to today 22.215. What we don't know yet is, what is NinjaTrader going to do with these legacy indicators? And then how are they going to transition legacy code to the next phase? Would you agree? If you're still there.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
It's kind of a fear if you base your whole, I liken it like this. This is why I've never, ever, ever based my whole business on a platform I can't control. Because like, that platform goes away, you're host, right? Now, kind of in trading until you get to a certain capital level where you can start creating these tools yourself, you have to, right? So
Absolutely.
But you're experiencing firsthand what happens when they make a move and they don't care about traders. They care about growth of revenue. They have no, like, I don't know this for a fact, so I'm not trying to badmouth them. I'm just looking at it from I did a tactical analysis on the company. The moves they're making are not in the support of traders. The moves they're making is to increase their revenue, because every company, first these days actually don't focus on delivering great products. They focus on, the underlying revenue growth, and selling to the lowest common denominator of their product customer. And then their marketing isn't marketing to capture customers anymore. Their marketing, and I'm sorry, I'm getting way into the weeds, but their marketing is designed to actually change your mind and to think. It's not to attract you as a customer. It's to meld you as the customer they want you to be. That's the marketing of all these companies, and NinjaTrader
Order
is
filled.
doing the same type of thing. So that's the long about way of saying I want to be on NinjaTrader, but I can't find I'm not going to waste money and time. We're on the new version of NinjaTrader because it's Tradeovate based and our indicators are there. Not all of our indicators, because they don't need to all be there, but we're working on that too. Meaning like the Rexdog RSI, it would be great if it's there, but really the way that I suggest and I teach to use the tool, TradingView is still the best charting platform. I use Chartmill, I use other charts and everything else. TradingView is still the best. So to me, you're going to have TradingView up and Tradeovate. And you're going to want to use the advanced or some of the more advanced indicators maybe on TradingView. And then your trading platform, Ninja, you just want the most minimalistic indicators on there to trade with and execute trades. So when you're in that platform, you're focused on executing trades. Your focus isn't elsewhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Order
So
filled.
most of the analysis will be done on TradingView, and then the execution will be done on NinjaTrader. Is basically what you're saying, right?
And and it's not because I don't want to add all the indicators, because that's easy, really, because we have them all built, and that's just interpretation layer. We could always probably even use ChatGPT to do it if we wanted to, but like the issue is, number one, we don't know the
Order
direction.
filled.
But it's even a larger technical issue, which is like, you'll see the charts that I trade on. It doesn't have everything you see that I have on TradingView, even though I could create it there, because obviously I'd be the one first benefiting from it, right? Well, I think that is too distracting. Plus, all of these other, like, try to do TA in Ninja, and then try to do it in Tradeovate. Try to do it in TradingView, and then do it in Tradeovate and do it in TradingView. These platforms, they're not designed for drawing and technical analysis. I mean, would you agree with me there on Ninja?
Yeah, absolutely.
The experience
I've only recently got to the platform and started like experimenting with it, and they have some good indicators, like for example, me for my system and the way I used to trade, like I use standard deviations a lot. Mm-hmm. Like they are my main target for my system. Like everything just develops around the standard deviations, but basically overall the platform is crap, to be honest. It's not even compared to like Tradeovate or TradingView. It's way behind.
Yeah, and I think that was part of their acquisition of Tradeovate, is to actually get to a somewhat
technology.
Yeah, get to a somewhat modern platform, but it's the reason why I chose Sierra Chart, and this is within the same topic, is because Sierra Chart is like, if you want to know where they fit in the
Stop
world,
filled.
as far as like platforms that allow you to trade, where they fit in the world. I'm sure I'm longing the NQ for an end of day move, and I'm expecting it either to rip down and I got to trade myself out of this trade, or it's going to rip up in the direction that I'm seeing it wants to rip up in. Now, so what was I talking about? The direction of, and I'm sorry to get distracted, but trading had to manage my trade at least. So the challenge, why I went to Sierra Chart, that's why. They're like an oil tanker. Like, they move at oil tanker speed because they actually have captured real traders that are profitable. And you look at the tool and you say it's ugly, it's terrible to use, or not terrible to use. It's ugly. The learning curve is massive, but in that ugliness is great power. Great power to basically customize everything. they don't use the Windows registry. So if you're on Windows, for instance, they don't use the Windows registry, meaning you install the app and there's no registry entries. You can copy the exact folder to another machine and it'll run on that machine the same way as the other machine. Linux, you don't have to worry about this because the way Linux works is that you don't have registry issues. I'm sharing this because if they interacted with the Windows registry, it would be unstable. It would be like terrible in high latency periods. It would be terrible in high liquidity periods. It's not. Now, it also gives you the power to customize everything that you could think of. Almost. I mean, there's things that when you reach something and you can't customize it, you're like, why can't I? Like, am I looking in the wrong place? And usually you are, or usually it's just not customizable. But the other thing is their code base is based on C++. Easy to find developer for, easy to find. Plus, it's a stable OO language. I mean, it's better than Java, natively to Windows. I'm just sharing like from a reason why. And then they capture a successful level of retail traders. See, when you go to a prop firm or you go to a hedge fund, like when I asked to be a consultant a couple days at the hedge fund, they have proprietary tools down to custom stream decks. They're not stream decks. I don't know what they're called. And they're not the Bloomberg tools. They have Bloomberg as well because they got a Flex. But like they have custom hardware that they've developed. Like custom, like they look like stream decks, but they're custom hardware. So it's only retail traders that have to deal with all this crap. Because there's the hedge funds, the big banks, those trading desks, they're like the government, right? They when they need to buy something and they want to buy the best, they're kind of like the military. I mean, actually, it's not. They go to the lowest bidder, but they're pretty efficient at blowing things up and killing people. The U.S. military, if they did it, if they had ROE that allowed them to do that, they're pretty efficient at it. They're one of the best in the world, right? So it's just us retail traders that have to figure out, like, okay, and this is why I started Delta too, is because a lot of times you don't realize you have these problems until you start becoming a successful trader, and you start trading at a larger scale, and then suddenly there's a max amount I can trade on Tradovate, for instance, before it becomes too much of a risk factor. So that's another aspect that, even though that they're underneath Dorman, I believe, well, no, they're not underneath Dorman anymore. I think they're still underneath Dorman, but there's aspects of that. So anyways, I went down a little rabbit hole to answer your discussion or your answer. To be very clear, on the downloadable version that you can download, the RexDog average and the base trading that you would want on your charts exist and are there. We're looking at adding the RD RSI, RexDog RSI, so that the RSI can be on tick charts. And we're looking at adding a couple other things, but that aren't found within the actual EcoSpace right now. Otherwise, the Tiki opening range, for instance, we don't need to create that. It already exists, right? I don't need a version of it. It's good. It works well, right? So the Al Brooks bar counting thing, if you want to use that tool, it's already built into the platform. So, that's an example of like if we decide on that the Al Brooks, so for instance, we're looking at a cumulative delta we're looking at bringing a cumulative delta indicator to Tradovate, because the cumulative delta one that they have isn't sufficient for how we trade. It's sufficient enough but it doesn't know how to interpret properly how we want it to interpret the cumulative delta. So I have a meeting tomorrow with a developer to see if they understand the specs that I sent over and to get a fixed cost on how much it would cost to create that indicator. And I can't, and I've had a similar path the last 2 weeks with NinjaTrader. the developers that I'm talking to can't give me a concise answer on whether or not we should, backwards create because they're going to support the legacy system, or do we just focus on going forward and say, sorry, it's too much of a risk because they're not supporting backwards compatibility. They're keeping it around until basically what they do until they force everybody to move over. I think it's gonna come to I don't know. I'm just saying, I think, based on looking at it from on the outside, I think they're gonna force everybody to move. So I think that's kind of in the cards for what they're trying to do. I don't know because I don't know anybody at Ninja. Otherwise, I would ask. But I'm asking all the contacts I know around Ninja. Is that a fair, very long answer to probably more than you wanted?
Oh, thank you. And thanks a lot for the explanation. And it was pretty much needed just to keep sight of everything that's happening. I want to ask you something general, if you have the time for it. Like when you have crossing, like between, like you have, as I know, like you have moving averages under your system. You have VWAPs. You have like you mentioned the RSI, the RDR side, the RD. You've once like even mentioned standard deviation and regression lines.
I have those. Yeah.
So yeah, what's like? How do you how do you make your priority for these different indicators or let's say strategies? How do you like prioritize each one before the other?
Well, the priority comes down to first the RDA moment. What does bias tell you? That tells you the bias of the market. Like this trade I'm doing here is a pretty aggressive trade, and I might get my P&L down to maybe 15 grand if this trade doesn't go in my favor. I did stick it. I actually, when I look at the entry on the 5-minute chart, it's probably the worst entry that a human could do on the chart today. So good job for me. Part of it is I wasn't watching the trade close. I was talking. So first is the RDA. You want to know the bias. You want to know the bias first. Then it's our momentum indicators. And keep in mind, our system, what is so powerful about our system is that, and this is something that I kind of knew, but the realization came. So I'm trading against our system now. I should have reversed. Terrible trade. But our system, I'm actually trading against where I should have been trading. I should be short because two of the charts showed me to go short, and I stopped watching the charts. I just let the trade kind of go against me. First,
yeah, exactly. That's exactly my question. Like the same thing that's happened here. Like I'm watching your stream right now, also on YouTube. So that's my question. Like, how do you stop yourself from sliding over into something that is not a high priority trigger before something that is actually necessary? Like,
yeah,
what is your?
So, like my nephew said it best the other day, that, and it obviously will come best from him because he's just new. But he said, like, look, you tell me it's easier in hindsight to trade the system. He said, I'm telling you yesterday, he said overtly, yesterday it was easier to trade in real time. Because the thing with my system is that and I shared this yesterday, I think, or if I didn't, there's only two type of trading systems. There's arbitrary, where you can take a trade at any area in the chart the system allows you to take a trade. Or basically predictive. Our system is predictive. You know where to expect reaction areas. And 90% of the time the chart reacts there. Now, what people get lost on reaction areas, a reaction area might only last for 20 seconds. But there was a reaction there. And a reaction is when price is going in one direction and it goes the other direction. So
Order filled.
90, I hate using the 90%.
Order filled.
Let me use a number that maybe people would actually believe, I guess is the way to put it. 80% of the trades in the RexDog system executed correctly, and you're not seeing a guy execute the trades correctly today, right now.
Order filled.
As we sit here, by the way. Executed correctly
Order filled.
is around a reaction zone where the market gives you at least one opportunity to break even. That's huge. That is, like, I can't tell you on other trade systems that exist, just that fact alone is just huge. Because that means that you're basically where you are allowed to trade, is, I can't use this word, has a high probability that there's going to be a reaction there. It happens every single time. And it's not just the indicators we use. It's a combination of rules and patterns now. You know, I didn't add patterns for the first year or so, or even longer, because I thought everybody knew patterns. Well, you know, I was basically, you know, you heard that saying, and when you make assumptions, you know, you make an ass out of you and me, or you make an ass out of yourself, or whatever it is, right? Well, you know, that was me saying, doesn't everybody have 5 pattern books like I do? No. Doesn't everybody see these patterns happen time again? No. So that's why, you know, I analyzed it, and there's a pattern library, and we only trade 6 patterns. Like, there's really only 6 high probability patterns, and every one of those patterns you're trading around a high probability reaction zone. That is so rare in trading. Like, that concept alone, everybody talks the game, but like, they don't predict it. And I know this because, well, I don't know that. Well, I know this because I've been fanatical about trading since 2016. I've been successful since 2017, October, 2018. I started the YouTube channel about a year early before I had a full refinement on the RexDog system, but I still believed I had knowledge to share. And just in the last year or two, I've added the focus of absolute clarity, and basically, you know, getting it down to the minimalistic aspect of what it needs to trade. And that's where it's at. So to answer your question, it's our system at a base level is a price action trading system, because we get no other data except what's on the chart, and that's what we trade. Now, from another aspect to that, it's price action first, and the indicators are there to provide us reaction zones and reaction areas. But the main reason why they're there is so that we can properly interpret price action, and we can predict the next 4 trades. I say 2, but the next 4, meaning at any given time, you should be able to look at the charts that we use, and you should identify the highest probability short trade and the highest probability long trade. And that's what you're waiting for. Now, you either enter a trade to one of those locations if there's clues, or you be patient and you enter at one of those locations. And you can define the next 2 trades. That's how powerful it is. I'm going to ding my P&L here. Should have just got out instead of adding. Hold on one second. I'm going to decide if I'm going to reverse or not. Where are we at? What time is it? Yeah.
Did he answer your question, Sam?
Yes, thank you very much for your answer. And just to clarify to everyone who's listening, the main reason I asked that, like, for example, my trading is quite different from your style. Like, your style has more trading opportunities, like you're taking 12, 20 trades a day. For example, like what I've been training for, and for example, let's say Mars. The last month, like, I ended up the month with more than 80% accuracy and over like 10,000 grand of the month, and it was like a very good month for me. but the next level that
Order
you guys
filled.
like are trading at is
Order
like out of
filled.
my comprehension. Like when we discussed the theory, like the way Al Brooks put
Order
it,
filled.
he said like at any point of the chart there's a 60-40 percentage for the trade. Uh, like how do you get
Order
yourself
filled.
up from that when you have to take like 20
Order
trades a day?
filled. Order filled.
Well,
Go ahead. You
ahead.
can ask. No, you
Sorry.
ask. No, I'd love to hear your answer, Tony. Actually, believe it or not. Not believe it or not, but no, I'd love to hear your answer.
Well, I was just gonna say. I mean, it's also
Order filled.
the system you're using is different from the one we are using. Like he was saying, the arbitrary, and then there's always the always in
Order
system.
filled. Order
I mean,
filled.
the Rexbox system, you can take those 20 or so trades that you're doing in that day because the system is telling you that there are trades that you can have, or trades that you can
Order
commit
filled.
to, and then doesn't mean you have to though. That kind of makes sense, and that's why he trades a lot. Is he's an aggressive trader as well, but the system that he's using is the always in system. It's not doesn't mean you always have to be in, but it is an always in system telling you that you can either go long or short, or if it's in a no trade zone, obviously. But that's why I think it's not just because of you're different people. It's just the system is different, and I don't trade the same as him, and I use the system too. Because he, like you, I don't trade a lot of contracts. I wait for huge momentum checks or strong level checks, and then I can look at all my charts through the system
Order
and
filled.
analyze where I want to make my entry at.
Yeah.
And
And also
that's
adds up to the years of the experience. Like he feels comfortable taking trades that probably me and you as new traders, like we don't have the confidence to actually take the trade, even though we might see the same trade. But the confidence level plays its factor here, I believe.
Yeah, no, 100% confidence is huge. And it's not, I don't think it's more, for me personally, it's not as much the confidence part. It's more,
Order filled.
I make bad trades on impulse, even when I'm confident. So it's more, I have to be more patient in analyzing, just for me personally, this is me just
Order
sharing
filled.
what I need, like that's what I need to do to make better trades. And that's what I have been doing.
Order
Is just
filled.
analyzing more on what the system is telling me and what price, like raw price action, what it's telling you, like that. That's what helps me a lot. But yeah, sorry, I don't know where I was going with that.
No, I was just flexing that I could trade with chemo, but I just burned through 20 grand of P&L here by I wasn't paying attention to the trade. That's why streaming for me, you know, I got to trade first, especially at the size I was at. So there was a point in time where I should have reversed, and I missed that point in time, and then I said, okay, I'm going to trade myself out of it, and then it got to the point where I think that if it doesn't stall here, it's going to rip down. So it's either going to rip up here, and then I'm going to be on the wrong side of this trade too, or it's going to rip down from here. But we're late into the close. You shouldn't be trading this anyways. Plus, you need to have a right capital account to trade the close. It's just, you know, so there's a lot of factors here that I'm doing that, you know, is outside of the purview of what that last trade was completely against the system. The trade that was on the table, that was the highest trade, was a fade trade. But then I'll tell you exactly when it became confirmed where is it at? At exactly, it got confirmed on multiple charts, but exactly at 2:33 p.m., it was confirmed to go short. And at 2:24 p.m., actually at 2:29 p.m., our chart 2 confirmed it even earlier. So, you know, I wasn't watching the chart. I was having I'm not blaming you at all, so don't take it this way. It's my own fault. I'm responsible for my own trades and getting distracted, and trading at too much size when I'm on, you know, treatment and everything. But obviously I did better the morning.
Order filled. Order filled.
I think.
Order filled.
But you know,
Order
it won't be the
filled.
20 grand
Order
gain
filled.
that I was at, unfortunately.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah. So to further on Tony's point, I still have my bad habit stems from the fact that I have a large capital account that I could have still probably traded myself out of this trade if I wanted to, but I just said, you know what? Let me just take the baseline loss and see if I can short what should have been shorted already, but not be late to the trade, which we might be late.
Order
to the trade
filled.
here. So
Order filled.
you know, I don't. One of the discussions I'd had with Tony over the last couple of weeks is that, you know, I need to figure out how I stream and highlight the system and not highlight me, because the system is actually the, like, the, what's the word I'm looking for? Tony, you can cut in.
Well,
here too.
yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about this yesterday, and it's not that the system is a simple system. It's a simple tool to use for you to make high probability predictions in the market, as well as it gives you areas where reactions are most likely going to occur, and you can put them across most charts, almost every chart, and it will tell you the same things and tell you the same reactions. So it's, for me, it's crazy to see, because most people in our chats and in our Discord
Order filled.
and on YouTube, they know a lot of high level concepts, and if you look at our Discord chats, they're crazy. They got Bitcoin charts. They have all types of other futures market. Everything is on there, and I know nothing about any of that. All I know is the Rexall trading system,
Order filled.
and I can trade it. But I know nothing. I don't
Order
know
filled.
super high level concepts. I don't know a lot about the market, but I just know the
Order
Rexall trading
filled.
system, and I know what it tells me through the market, and I trade it.
Order filled.
And it's not like easy to use, but it's a simple tool that helps me.
Order filled.
It's like a powerful tool that I can have, and it's very easy to use, if that makes sense. But it took a long time to create it, I can only imagine, because it's
Keep going.
sorry, I'm in a trade right now, but yeah, I mean, it's just crazy to me, and I think everyone that kind of uses the system also understands that I only use bias and momentum, and I trade effectively off that. Like, I don't have to look at the news. I don't have to look at anything else besides bias, momentum, and raw price, and I'm
Stop
trading
filled.
just off that. Just because of the
Stop
system,
filled. Stop
that's all I
filled.
need to use. Obviously, I want more stuff, and I still do pre-market analysis and all that just to further confirm my convictions. But if I wanted to, I could just trade raw price and indicators in the Rexall trading system and trade fine and trade really good. You could trade really, really good if you just followed what the RDA and momentum is telling you. You could just trade those, and you probably double your account if you just play momentum, because you're just following what the system's telling you, and it works every time. So I don't know. That's just my explanation for it. It's kind of hard to explain because it's actually pretty awesome. If that makes sense to everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely, Tony. I mean, let me get your point. I've seen your posts on the Discord. I've seen the way you interpret the market with the system, and it's actually something to appreciate. Like it's quite in a small time frame that you've been able to actually adopt the system. So you might even not be able to understand at the moment, like, how was this system created, or just that you have the conviction in it that it works, and how to actually use it is actually something that you should be proud of.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that too. And it's not only, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool that without knowing anything, you can adopt the system and trade with it. I think that's a pretty crazy concept, but I don't know. And I've done research on other indicators and looked at a bunch of different traders and how their styles. I've dived into the trading culture, and it just, for me, it seems crazy that not everyone's using this.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like every system, everyone can adapt to their own way, but this system is made for you to adapt to it. It's not made because it's his style. like you're not trading his style when you trade the Rexel trading system, right? Because I don't trade the same. Look at Damon this morning; he doesn't trade the same exactly as Rex. So it's pretty crazy that everyone's trading differently with the same system, but they're still getting the same indications, same places where they can find reactions, but we're all trading in different areas. I just find that pretty crazy, but sorry.
I don't think you have to apologize. I mean, I think that, that's, I think the other thing that, and I'll just share this just to be completely upfront. So, I care. My why is not connected to making the $997 that I make. My why is connected to, I've shared my deeper why, but I show up every day, and I show up every day with a focus on improving the system. That's why I can confidently say with arrogance, like real healthy arrogance, put my system
Stop
up against
field.
any other system out there, and put the amount of times that I show up as far as and also try to bring clarity to it compared to the other systems out there. I mean, there's a couple people out there that I highly respect, and I'm not saying that I'm like, super unique as far as like, there's probably about 10 or 15 people out there that I highly respect that I would say, are of comparable careness level. When I say careness level, it's like they care, right? They and they're not going away, and you don't join their site, and then there's no updated content. You don't join their site, and they're not, you don't join their membership, and they're not looking to get, feedback consistently every single day from their members on how they can improve. It's a combination pitch fest / oh, look at me, watch me flex. It's a combination of those things that doesn't occur where we're at or what I've built, because I don't allow it. But number two, my focus has nothing to do with like, how do I drive more like customers? I mean, there's going to be some elements of that we're going to focus on here going forward, because Tony's involved and there's another person, and that means we can get out there a little bit more. But it's still going to be core focused on how do we refine the system, and how do we create successful elite traders. There's right now in the Delta group, there is 4 people in the Delta group. So there's 4 people. I think there's 5 people in the Delta group. Those are people that have basically got to the next level alpha. And just like I shared, I had a conversation yesterday with things that the trader didn't even realize they're going to have to deal with, that they have to start planning for now that they're starting to become profitable, and they're getting to that profitable journey. Instead of waiting till I'll make 200,000 and then I'll deal with that. Well, you know what? If you set it up this way, it's going to take you it's going to take you twice as long to make that 200,000, because you're not properly set up from a tax perspective. Like, every one of you, I don't say this, every one of you, if you live in the United States or a country that is relatively easy to start a business, you should probably already have a business. But I don't mention that because the reason why I don't mention this stuff, because I don't want you to get distracted. Number one, I want you to join the best trading system on the planet, and then focus on look, here's the time. If you want to know the time frame, and let's say that you bought tonight, my expectation is within a week you have a 10,000 foot overview of the trade system. Any chart that I trade, you can read. You understand at a 10,000 foot view of how the system works. Well, that's just not enough, right? That's great. Now you need to go and learn the 4 chart layout. You're going to have an overview of that. And then you need to go through the pattern library. And after you've done that, you're where Tony's at, where he doesn't really, I mean, some of you will know more about the market, but he doesn't really know what he's doing. Meaning, as far as like, I don't say that from a perspective of like, he's gone through some of the advanced. So the other aspect of my training, what it is how to think about the market, and how to think about the market in ways where I deprogram you to think about what you've been taught. So for instance, you're taught to use the MACD. You're taught to use the MACD in the most inefficient way, in the way that it's developed. You should be using the MACD in a hybrid defense approach. You should be using the MACD almost almost completely opposite to the way that they recommend. And I'll share something else. If you actually want to use these oscillators, which are a waste of time, anything off chart, you notice on my charts, I don't have many off chart indicators anymore. Why? Because they take you focused off the only indicators you need, which is the indicators that we have on chart, price action. And if an oscillator makes it to the system, that oscillator better give so for instance, the Rexdog RSI is an oscillator. But you notice, what did we do with that oscillator? We brought it down to actionable signals that actually give you actionable trade areas or confirmations, and it's on chart. I just shared Bitcoin. I'm going to share my overt join the system pitch, like if I was one of these gurus. I just want to do it just for fun, right? And if you join on it, cool. I want you to join on it too. But I said, could I actually be like one of these gurus in these multiple groups that I'm in these Telegram groups and everything? Could I actually write like these fools? Like, could I do it? And I felt dirty after. But, it is what it is. Or I am what I am, as one of the dudes said with Popeye, right? So it's like, we're going to end the day with $168 down for 20 grand because I basically didn't watch that one trade. I'm actually rather upset at that. But nothing I can do about it. So that's the other thing that pisses me off, actually. If you want to know what really pisses me off, the only thing that pisses me off in life, it's not the fact that I have cancer. It's not the fact that I have to get chemo treatment my hiccup's gone away. Sweet. Maybe I just need to get more excited. It's not the fact that I get hiccups from this treatment. It's not the fact that, every 2 weeks I got to deal with cancer, got to deal with it. It's not, what pisses me off more than anything else in life is that I don't trade my system. I fight my system. That's what pisses me off more than life, because it's going to be in history one of the top trade systems ever developed. One of the top systems for, what is it that we do here? Speculation. It in history, before I take my last breath, will be one of the top trade system that's ever been developed. Now, whether or not that will be recognized world over, I don't know. But I can guarantee there's going to be 8 to 9 people at a minimum that is going to have legacy changing results and opportunities from what I've developed. They're already in motion. It's already happening. And like I said, I'm serious about one day I'm just going to get up and we're going to go, because there's going to come to a point where I'm going to get sick of trying to explain this system or
Order filled.
be out there with people that don't get it within the first contact of us.
Order filled.
I understand it takes a little bit of time, right?
Order filled.
To kind of understand what we do around here and how I operate. I mean, if you watch my YouTube channel, I completely understand it. I understand that it's frustrating to kind of sometimes go through my content because I do go down rabbit holes. And that you have to work. But I do that intentionally in a way because I don't, the organization, the group that I have here, and especially if we go ghost silent and go into stealth mode, that group that I want with me, you're in a selection process. Whether or not you know it or not, if you're listening to me, I've created, tier 1 units like the Navy SEALs and everything else. They have what's called a selection process. If you watch the Navy SEALs, they have what's called Hell Week. I don't have Hell Week. Maybe I should create it, actually, now that I think about it. But each one of these tier 1 units, from Delta to Special Forces, or Delta Special Forces to Navy SEALs, they have like a selection process. You're in my selection process, whether or not you know it or not, by consuming my content, being on my streams. You're in my selection process. And then you just can't buy my training. You have to talk to me. I'm the cadre. You have to talk to me. And then I've only turned down 4 or 5 people because I knew within their, sometimes I talk in person. Usually it's just a series of questions and DMs. So it's nothing, and they're not difficult. It's not it's just I want to know, do you have the right mindset and the right fit to be brought into our group? Do you have the right mindset to be a successful trader? Because I'll be completely upfront. We'll never have testimonials on our website. There'll never be testimonials there because I want you to buy, and I talked about this yesterday, I want you to buy with objections. I don't want to squash every one of your objections before you buy. You go to these other sites, they have as seen on MSNBC, as seen on CNN. I could do that for like $1,000. I could get all those logos legally, or be able to use those logos in the gray area of legally. I could get testimonials right now. You'll never see them. And it's not because I know that if there's testimonials, the opportunity for growth of the membership rises drastically. And if I created a proper sales funnel and page, I intentionally don't do that because I intentionally make it hard for you to actually want to sign up. Most people that sign up still have objections, but they also know deep in their gut through enough interaction from what I put out, enough interaction from me, and listening or watching enough content to say, there's something here. I don't know what it is, but there's something here. Those are the people I want, because those are the people that are going to be successful. Those are the people that are going to take my system and make it their own. I don't want a single person in my training that actually is going to get in and not make the system their own. I don't want to deal with your crap. I don't want to deal with your psychological issues.
Order filled.
I'd rather deal with the psychological issues that actually people that matter. So I'm just being completely blunt. Like there's a segment of people I don't want to be near at all my system, because you don't have the ability to break through your own psychological issues. And those are the people that need to see the testimonials. If you need to see testimonials to feel all warm and fuzzy, I don't want you in the system. So I'll never have them, even though that I know that that's an objection that people have. And I could squash it through my sales techniques, through my past, before Jordan Belfort tried to go straight or went straight, I had access and have access to Jordan Belfort before he made the movie with, The Wolf of Wall Street, years before. And if you knew, and hopefully you got to attend one of his seminars, because he taught you the evil side of selling. Now, he always did it with a wink. He said, wink, wink, nod, nod, don't use this for evil. Well, you know what? That's one person in my life that I can say had a drastic change on my ability to sell just about anything. I intentionally don't use his techniques for what I do here, except for in one aspect. I use his techniques in order to attract the right people that I want in my group, that I want to adopt my system, that have the ability to actually take my system and make it their own. Because very few people, there's the real traders that make it. This is how you know. Well, no, actually no, because I saw a video from a dude that I don't think is a real trader that said this. Each trader has to walk his own path. Now, the smart traders that do that, what they realize is that they find the person or the people that have developed a system that is designed so that it's not their system. You find the people. If you're looking at another system, great. You better look at it from the perspective of, can they only trade this system? Or has this system been designed or refined from the ground up so that it can be taken and traded based on multiple styles? All of them will say this, but look at their indicators. Like, ask for, I'll never do, that's the other reason why I don't do these where you can test the indicators for a week, right? Because you don't have the proper context to test them or use them. But the RDA, if you're skeptical at all, like this, I'll just share it. There's a free indicator that I released called the RDA. It's one of the basis of our system. Put that on your chart. And then what I would suggest is randomly go through markets, every market. And at the end of an hour, if you randomly go through every market with just the RDA, I don't even tell you, I just want you to discover it for yourself, because you're going to probably have to do the same thing I did. After the years of effort, and I created the RDA, I actually had to take a weekend off because I thought maybe I lacked sleep. I thought maybe I was hallucinating. I thought maybe I've kind of finally went crazy, went to the point that movie that Leo did, where the plane, the dude that did the plane, you know, who was that name? The guy that kind of had that, whatever his name was. I thought, you know, am I doing things strange? I had to stop for 2 days and not look at charts because when I created the RDA and I discovered it, and then I went through penny stocks, futures, Forex, equities, traditional equities, crypto, because I was a big crypto trader then too. And it just worked across every time frame. Of course, the market's messy, so it didn't work like, you know, as much as I'd like it to work, but it worked. You know, I was in awe, and even today I'm still in awe of it, where basically it just friggin' works on multiple time frames. And let me just share with you something that's truly unique, because how many people do you hear out there talk about tick charts? How many systems out there have analyzed over 50 trading systems, and basically any popular indicator you can actually name, know Elliott wave, know how to read TPO charts. Some of you don't even know what TPO charts are. No Elliott wave in and out, no TPR charts, no Wyckoff, no all this other stuff, right? But then put it through the filter of actually, what's the edge here? Is there an edge here? And then realized, okay, how do I create a system so it encompasses, so it's simple, but then where these traders are looking, or where these traders are, not where these traders, where these systems are telling you to make decisions. How do I reverse engineer that so that I have a simple trade system that captures that? I just came to this epiphany in the last couple months. And it's with the RDA, it's with everything else. The system I've developed reverse engineers momentum. It predicts for you where you need to look and trade on a chart. And you can see that power in the RDA for free. You can go there, you can put it on your chart, and I go to as many markets as you can and send me charts where it doesn't work. I'd be happy to get the 4 or 5 charts out there. I'd be more than happy to break down the 4 or 5 charts where it doesn't work. In any market. I don't care. Indian market. I don't care what stock market. I had someone actually looking to join. And here's the other thing. I'm going to share this too. If you ask to join and I send you information to join and you don't join, have the common decent courtesy, because typically we've had a conversation, to say, hey, dude, that's not a fit for me. Like, have the common courtesy to just get back to me. I had no hard feelings. Like, there's no pressure. I'll never pressure you. I just, like, have the common courtesy to say, hey, you know what? I thought about it for a day. It's just not a fit. Just have the courtesy to reach out with someone that you've had a conversation with, a 10 to 15 minute conversation with, and that has taken the time to answer questions for you. You know? So, look, I have no problem someone saying, oh, no, I thought about it. It's not a fit. I don't care. I mean, I do care. But, I mean, look, the game is the game. I get it. You know, maybe you're just fishing for information. Who knows? But I can say there's that's the only thing that upsets me with the interactions, because for me, time is valuable. Share before I have cancer. So, like, you know, if I take the time to have a personal conversation with you, you're taking time from my family or one of my other passions. All right? Now, that's true for everybody that is listening anyways. Time is most valuable. But when you have a terminal disease, you start thinking about time in a little bit different. And that's going to maybe transition to what I'm saying. Go find the other systems that preach consistently that you need to take time out of trading. We're timeless beings. Our universe is based on time. Here's something about mathematics that many of you don't know that is starting to happen. The bleeding edge mathematics that is going to change the world is understanding quantum theory and understanding the quantum nature of the universe. And what works on the large scale breaks down on the smaller scale. It doesn't work. So the physicists, the astrophysicists, the very smart people that I have no idea sometimes what they're talking about, they are developing a new math type that doesn't involve time. It's bleeding edge stuff. They're developing it because they're realizing that on a quantum level, time plays a role, but time plays a different role. Gravity plays a different role. the way that we think about certain things play a different role. So they need to develop a new mathematical paradigm that really is actually outside of time and space. Outside of time first, we're not quite sure if we can do it outside of space. I'm going to leverage off that. The system that you have, the opportunity for the system that you have right now, takes time out as a factor. Imagine if you were looking at a book, okay? This is how to look at time. This is the best way I figured out on how to describe how you would be if you were a timeless being. You have a closed book, let's say War and Peace or whatever, 1,000 pages. And you look at the spine of that book, you look at the pages, okay? So, and that's history, all right? The spine of you're looking at the pages, and it's a closed book. Well, if you're timeless, if you're in time, you're on one of those pages. And then in the future are the pages that exist already. There's already pages in the future that exist already. Mathematically, you can show this. There's pages, obviously, because we've lived through history. But if you're outside of time, you see what's on those pages simultaneously when you're looking at the edge of the book. And you see them all instantly. But you didn't open the book. But that's how you see it if you're outside of time. I'm going to relate this to the trading system. We have 2 charts in our trading system, and I have 5 videos of how to get time out of your mind, because time is a limiting factor in trading. But most charts are time charts. Well, the thing I discovered and the power is that we use tick charts. And tick charts take time out. I know it sounds simple, but sometimes the simplest things are what wins. 2 of our charts take time out as a complete factor. And then they give us confirmation signals and additional high probability trades. And what's even more beautiful about it, this is what's amazing, and it goes back to what I said about scientists. We don't have to reinvent math. Our indicators work as they should on our tick charts, and they work on the 5-minute chart, they work on the 4-hour chart, they work on the daily chart, the 240. I don't care. Any time chart you mention, our indicators work. They work on the tick charts the same way. And I've tested many different trading systems. That is unique. And I know I'm going off on this, rant or tirade. I'm kind of starting, I'm just more dealing with my anger of blowing my P&L today by doing one stupid trade and not just exiting the trade when I was at like $6,000, and saying I'm going to trade myself out of it, but knowing that I was in a conversation and I would be focusing on that instead of trading. I'm just being upfront. I'm not blaming you either, dude. I'm just it's my own fault for being a dumbass streamer. But I'll make it up. Maybe I'll trade the overnight session.
Still have to apologize for that. Like, if I got hurt by it too, so I'm sorry for this, like disrupting you in the middle of a trade.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault for like saying, hey, dude, I need to kind of trade real quick, right? Yeah. And I made a decision when it was at 6,200. I said, you know what? I could probably trade myself out of this. I think it's going to do a rip up at the end of the session. Well,
yeah,
I kept getting
don't feel bad.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you don't feel bad, Sam, too. Like, we want this type of engagement. The questions you're asking are questions you want to answer. So, anyway, sorry, continue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just to add on that, like, whenever you get to this question, it will be great. Like, I've heard you talking about not marketing your let's say business. Let's call it a business for now. I know you have an ultimate goal for it, but this is my question actually. Like, what is the ultimate goal for Rexstock trading system? Like, what do you have like in mind to accomplish in a few years from now? So you'd say like that Rexstock trading has reached its goal? Because from my perspective, I thought it was like more like about what's happening with the other traders. Like they're trying to build a training program for trading, but when they are actually giving something actual for markets and something that really works, there's like a huge amount in undeniable censorship that is going on with traders, and I thought that's what was going on with the Rex stock trading. Why it's not like going viral and people are trying your system, even though like you have every like you're streaming, you have videos, you have explanations, you have a Discord, you have everything that people will need to start trading, but still I don't see the same attraction with other people that have like much less influence and things that actually matter for the market.
So
So
you're
what
saying
is
what
your
we're doing
ultimate
doesn't
goal?
matter for the market? Is that what you're saying? Or
No, I'm saying like as you and other traders that give something that is actual for the market, like you
oh,
can actually use with the market, and it's not like in the attraction compared to other traders that's showing
yeah.
things that actually doesn't matter, and they get a lot of views and a lot of people joining their
So you want to know
programs.
the honest
So
the,
he's talking about what we talked about the other day, Uncle. Pretty much like what like the other people who are streaming, they have a bunch of viewers and stuff. He's pretty much asking you, why have we not done that? And the reason why is because we funnel out a lot of the people who my uncle thinks that are not ready or just want a red button, like he says. So a lot of traders, not like the ones that we have in our group, and you've seen how our traders communicate inside of our Discord. A lot of them are very engaging. They want to learn, but some people just want the easy, quick red button, and I'm already in a trade and I'm winning it. The thing is
Absolutely.
just gonna be
Yeah.
a golden egg.
Basically, my question is like,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Sorry.
Absolutely, I understand. Like, and we have this discussion. Like, I was in the Discord for almost a year now, and we had this discussion before with Rex. And I just want to know, like, my main questions. As I was just like elaborating on my thoughts, so I would ask the main question, which is like, what is the ultimate goal for Rex dog trading? Like why you even publish it? Like you can get people that join you and make it like more of a prop firm, more than a. Am I making sense here?
you're making sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I guess I would ask, do you want to know the why at a deeper level, or do you want to know kind of the direction we're going from a business perspective to kind of get to that deeper why, or do you want to know both?
Well, whatever you can elaborate on, I'll be grateful. And
Yeah.
mainly my question is like has the main aspect of my question is
Have we
I
changed,
want to understand.
or are we going to change? No,
Gonna change.
but we're going to start
What?
using my powers of marketing, persuasion, sales to go out there and make a real effort at it. And I'm not going to, Tony keeps saying go to the dark side. We're not going to go to the dark side, but, I've purposely limited myself and my ability to be able to be one of the top people in this space. So we're going to make one go at it. And we're going to make one go where you're going to see us on Instagram, on TikTok. We'll be doing a lot more memes. We're going to be doing a lot more stuff. It's still going to be from our style and our perspective. It's going to be in reality. It's going to be, I believe that, the best thing I can do is basically not attract a bunch of people that want that red button. Is that you're still going to have to work to like understand what the heck we offer, like from a value perspective. So, but it'll be a little bit more shiny on the sales and marketing side, I guess you would say. That's the other, because I'd be dumb not to take advantage of the opportunity that the market's providing. And I'll just share this so we're in the SEO era. So I had a series of real estate sites that I built in every state in the United States. And I was an early adopter of what's called SEO, search engine optimization. This is way in 2002. I had over 700 sites in the real estate realm that were lead capture sites. And then I turned them into these marketing sites for local rent-to-own companies, local rental companies. I basically I was doing SEO before it was cool, I guess. And And then that lasted for a long time, gave me complete leverage when I got into real estate and everything else. That was probably more like 2004, so I apologize. 2004. But it was still real early. Right now, the state of where social media is at and what's called permission marketing and attention marketing is at that same place that SEO is at. Same with AI. So, you know, I'm going to leverage my technical prowess with Tony, and we're going to make a go at it as far as doing it right. And I say doing it right from the perspective of our why. I feel good about our why, which is basically my deeper why is I'm going to affect 8 to 10 people that are going to create massive wealth for their family and for their legacy, where there will be someone 200 years from now would be saying, my great-grandpappy, my great-great-great-great-grandpappy, you know, got into this thing called trading. And, you know, he created, you know, generational wealth for us, and I'm still benefiting from that. But then his philosophy, because of the philosophy of the people that we attract, will have a positive impact for freedom in this world. I believe we are born free. I believe we are free beings. And I believe the way that we're going to remain free is that I need to get 8 to 10 people that have a freedom first mindset that is going to deploy their capital and to have their generation, their generations that follow them have a basis in freedom. That's how we're not going to become slaves of what the elite and the want to do to us. They all want us to be slaves worldwide now. They all think worldwide. If you know any of these rich people, I'm talking people that have billions of dollars. If you know one of them, if you know someone that has $500 to $600 million, they think differently, and they're completely fine letting the plebes friggin' suffer because they're in the club and they're worldwide. They have no allegiance to accept their club, which is about, I think it's about 60,000 people and their surrounding family and shit like that. It's probably about a total 3-4 million people that want to benefit from the control of 10 to 15 billion people. Those numbers go up, but it's about I think by the end, it'll be 3 to 6 to 10 million people that want to benefit. And then they've got offshoots that have to support them. So it's about 50 million people in the world that are connected to these 3 million that basically want to create a slave world. They want to basically sabotage Elon Musk getting to Mars. I'm just telling you my why. Okay, so you asked for it. I want to create 8 to 10 counter warriors. And I'm not going to do that by sitting around in a pub and coming up with some ideas and writing a couple books. That's part of it. So that's why I created my entertainment company. My entertainment company is based in freedom and universal truths. So people will start to recognize freedom for themselves and they'll start living a freedom lifestyle. All the short movie I'm working on is based on that. The scripts that I have that I'm working on selling to Hollywood is based on that. So my deeper why has like this deeper purpose, and capital is a tool. So my deeper why that I want to do before I take the last breath is to feel that I've created those 8 to 10 individuals that are going to create that ripple effect in history that is going to help the universe, or if you believe in God, actually not have the rapture. If we want to go down that path, I'm not going to go down that path too far, and actually is going to, it might do it anyways, but is going to offset the evilness of man, because they're going to be the silent warriors using their capital as a tool and their legacy as a tool to bring freedom back without too much bloodshed. It's going to require bloodshed. It's going to require probably 1 or 2 more wars, but those people will survive it. And then those people will, I might be completely, you probably listen to me and saying, dude, I was all with you until you started talking about this shit.
No, no, absolutely the opposite. Absolutely the opposite. He actually like really got me on this with this answer because like I don't know if it sounds like cheesy to you or something, but this is basically exactly my same goal for doing like everything that I'm doing, not just trading. Like everything I do in life is it has this main purpose for it. Like freedom and actually like you said, creating other warriors with you and sharing knowledge with them that will make them able to fight back this kind of hatred that is being spread around in the world. Like you actually got me with this answer.
Okay, and it's true. So now, so that's why, like you ask, okay, like you show up every day, you create content, you know, you listen, like you actually care, to make it better, right? You care to do this. Well, if you want to know at a core reason that makes me do this, or that gives me the strength to do it, is that that mission. And in my so and I'm convinced that I have the opportunity and the ability to make it happen. So and so to me, one of those vectors of my army that I'm creating, or this mini insurrection, I know that's a bad word now, and the reason is I'm convinced that there needs to be a financial aspect to this. And I'm not going to go beg the couple people that I know that are already in this realm anyways, but they don't know what to do. I know what to do. So I need to create capital for the people that are actually going to pull this off. So this was my capital solution to doing that. Plus I should have been a trader 20 years ago. It's my passion. So I'd be doing a lot of this stuff even if none of you guys knew me. Like I'd have this level of fanatic like behavior around the market, even if none of you knew me. It's just when I first got cancer, I shared this before. I spent 3 months, more than 3 months, but I basically took a sabbatical from everything and studied cancer and bought medical research. I've read the latest. I know how to read MRI and CT scans. Like I've watched YouTube, like many YouTube videos. I've ordered their DVDs. I've watched their DVDs. You know, I've read their manuals, like, so I can look at a CT scan and I can tell the doctor whether or not. I know that stupid phrase to be your own advocate. I hate that phrase because you only have one life to live. So like doctors make mistakes, nurses make mistakes. I made a mistake today, blowing 20 grand. So like I get it, but you know, like I was in the office the other day with the doctor and they just got a new CT scan system and he was measuring one of the tumors wrong. I'm like, no, that you use that tool up there. It's over there at the upper right, you know. And then he just gave me this look at, okay, I know it's you. You know, you're the only client or the only not customer, but patient I've had in 30 years that tells me how to read a CR or tells me how to use the CT system. So BTC is going long. I shared it. My latest BTC, just so you know, someone just asked about BTC. So like, I know I operate from a different perspective or a different level, but that's my why. And then why am I going out and why are we going to be going out and making an effort? Because I've never done it. And the second that it feels like it's not authentic, we'll just stop. We'll stop doing it because I don't need to do it. You know, Tony and I don't need to do it. We don't need to do it, but we'll stop. And then, you know, we'll make that decision. Okay, do we go stealth? And stealth means that we're on a whole new level of that mission. That means we've got the people I believe. And now stealth is, okay, how many of you are going to step up and do this? And then now there's going to be a whole new level of this stuff that I wouldn't publicly put out there anyways. Meaning capital creation, multi-streams of income, real estate, just other things. I don't even discuss on here real estate. Like, you know, so you've never heard me talk about real estate as an extra stream of income, you know. You don't know that I trade options here and there. You don't know that I actually still trade equities from a swing trading perspective, where my average return on equities is anywhere from 28 to 70%. You know, on a single ticker with a max loss of 5%. You know, those are the type of things that I want to get to and get into the system, because I believe that I've discovered something special and I don't want it to die with me. I used to think I would not care. I actually don't want it to die with me. And especially since I've been training people in real life, like my nephew and other people in real life and family members, like now I feel like I have an even more obligation to ensure that what I create here lasts and what I create here is timeless, meaning that you will have the tools for when the market change, when 60% of the market is AI. The system's still going to work. I'm going to predict for you right now. We're going to have our own AI component, but I'm just going to tell you right now, the system will still work. I've traded it in enough historical markets down to 1901. If I could get data on the tulip crisis or the tulip mania, I would trade the tulip mania, but I can't find data for it. So the second that I find someone that actually can have a time machine, that developed a time machine where they can actually go back in time and gather data, I will be contacting that person with the time machine, and I'll say, can you get me data on the tulip mania? And then I will put the Rexdog system against the tulip mania. For those that I've shared this before, you can get open, high, lows, close data from these weather stations around the country and the planet. I've downloaded that data, put it into a system, and I've traded, or I saw how the Rexdog system would have traded with the open, high, lows data of humidity, of rainfall, of, you know, whatever else is on there that provides that data. There's only really 5 data sets you can chart. And amazingly, the Rexdog system aligns with that data set as well. So I know that I've tapped into something within the universe on how momentum and bias works, and how the market, when it moves in momentum, I know that I've tapped into the trading systems that all meld together into what I call the algorithm. I'm convinced of it. So I don't need any more convincing. This is the thing. I don't need to convince myself anymore. I do it out of passion. I don't need to, I mean, I obviously made a mistake today, so I wouldn't have that mistake if I wasn't streaming. This mistake is a direct result of streaming. It's not a direct result of my bad trading. It reflects badly on the system and me. That's what pisses me off more than anything else. What pisses me off more than anything else is I don't highlight on a daily basis that it's not me. It's the system. And I get in the way of highlighting the system. That's why I'm more excited about what Tony's going to be doing, my nephew, because he's actually probably going to be a more effective trader with the system than I am, because he's basically learned early on that, hey, I don't fight the system. I trade the system. I don't need, like, he has the right mindset. Like, I fight the system because I have this need to, maybe it's arrogance. Maybe I need to show that I'm a badass trader. I don't know. But, you know, because when I trade the system, it feels like I'm on easy mode. It feels like I'm a chicken life. It feels like I'm a 22-year-old chicken life. If you're a 22 hot chicken life, you're on easy mode. You can start up an OnlyFans. Within a month, you could make 300 grand. You got every man that's willing to take you out to dinner. Every simp out there will be your friend. Like, if you're a 22-year-old hot chick, you're in simple mode. I'll just call it like it is. When I trade our system, I feel like I'm on a hot 22-year-old chick. When I trade it the way it's supposed to be traded, because it's so simple. It's so, like, dumb simple that I get bored, even trading 4 tickers. So then I have to invent stupid trades so that I'm in a trade, or that I'm being aggressive with trading to keep my mind occupied. When I trade off stream, I know I'm just going down these rants and rabbit holes. Like, I have a chart up, but the chart, when I enter a position, then it gets my attention. Otherwise, I'm doing other stuff. So the way I trade on stream is that I'm so focused on the charts, I feel this need to have to like play with the charts, I guess is the way to look at it. You know what? That Tommy Boy scene where he takes that biscuit, that's what I do to the system. If you've ever seen that scene where he takes a little biscuit and he hugs it and he says, I love it, I caress it. then he goes off into his little, and he starts crushing it and pushing it and pegging it, and he rips it apart, and then she does give him the biscuits. That's actually what I do to the RexDog system quite a bit, is that even my $30,000, my $100,000 days, my $50,000 days, there's elements in those trading that if I would have traded the system, they would have been, instead of 30, it would have been 45. Instead of 50, it would have been 70. Instead of 4, because usually when I'm on chemo, this is what's weird about today. I trade really low sizes, but today I was trading high sizes. And that's, but when I'm on chemo, I usually, because I have steroids and I'm a little more, well, you can tell already I'm a little more talkative, right? So my biggest anger at myself is that I don't highlight the system and highlight it's not me, it's the system. And like more people, members especially, if they got that message, well, they do get, I think a lot of them are starting to get the message. It's, well, number one, they joined because they knew that there was something here beyond just me, but it's not me. Like I've intentionally built things into the system where it shouldn't be me. That's the other problem why when me talking to the attorney and the accountant about starting up a prop firm, we can't figure out our risk profile, because the risk profile is, if everybody's trading the NQ in the same system, our risk profile goes up drastically. So the one hindrance for me starting a prop firm underneath my philosophy, sorry, I'm trying to stop from getting hiccups. I'll do BTC if we have time, is that I need to figure out how to create a risk profile that not everybody's trading the same thing and the same system at the same time. So I'd already probably have a prop firm that members would be able to apply for if we could figure out the proper risk profile that put it this way. There's $1 million in a company, and then there's 3 prop traders in that company trading, $250,000 each, right? There had to be a little bit more than this, but let's say they're $250,000 each, but all 3 of them are trading the NQ. Risk allocation wise, that you have $750,000 of a potential allocation going to one asset that's trading the same system. There's no diversification there. The only diversification is how the traders are implementing that system. Except that I think we figured out a risk profile where we can graduate to other tickers, and the traders would have to agree to start trading counter profile products. And so that would be the only way it can work, is that one trader might start off with futures, but the plan is that you're going to be an equity day trader with the system, right? Because then we're still tapping into the we're not trading a derivative, which is what the NQ is. We're trading the underlying, but then there's underlying opportunities around 10 to 15 a day that match that we can find easily without dumb scanners and spending 20 to 30 minutes pre-scanning the market. We can identify 20, right now I identify 20 to 30, and out of those 20 or 30, 4 or 5 of those, usually 8, actually make a substantial move, 10 to 15%, if not more, for that day, and then also make and follow the RexDog system like precisely. It's also it's crazy. The Forex market, if we had Forex traders, our Forex traders would be trading with no stop loss. Anyways, you had something to say? So sorry, I know I just went on verbal diarrhea.
No, okay, no, it's very educational, and really thank you for taking the time and opening up about this. My question is is there you haven't figured out a way to split the system into I know you apply multiple strategies and multiple different patterns and different indicators and all, about the discussion you're taking about the risk portfolio. Like if you split the system into different strategies and assign each group of traders to a different subcategory of the system, would not be sufficient enough for
Yeah, that would be
trading
sufficient
the
enough. Just the traders that are trading right now, except for a few of them, that are at that. So if we had a prop firm tomorrow, there's 4 traders I would take along right now in the system, and then that would give obviously the other alphas to then say, okay, I want to become a delta as quickly as possible. Because here's the other thing I realized. This is a fact, I believe, that and I don't know what the percentage is, but I think it's 50-50. I think that 50% of traders can trade with their own money and be successful. And that's probably where they should be. Because they need to be their solo warrior. You know, they need to be the Ronin or whatever, right? They need to be that. But then the other 50%, I think, while would be successful trading their own capital, they're going to constantly hit walls. Because when they get to 100,000, they're going to get to the 100,000 walls. They're going to get to the 10,000 wall. And they're not going to be able to properly scale up in their mind. That's one of the reasons. There's about 7 different reasons. I believe there's traders that could trade today wildly successful with other people's money. And they would be wildly successful, but they can't break out psychologically that maybe is lunch money. You know, that is our vacation, right? That is they can't separate, because the traders that can't do that, they will never be able to separate money as fake. You know, money's not real. Money's a tool that humans have developed. It's not real. I know you probably heard other people say this, but it's not real. I mean, if you're in a trade, you're playing a video game, basically. You're playing a video game with the markets the way we trade, and the money is the coins or the things that you gather, but it's a video game. It's all made up. It's all one big video game. And then if you're a good gamer, you know, that's another aspect. If you're a good gamer, you could probably be a good trader, because you're looking for patterns, you're trading patterns, and then you're gathering the base value of whatever that game says is base value. So there's an aspect of that, but that leads into the same people that probably I just know for a fact, because I've seen it firsthand now enough times, that some traders trade massively better when it's other people's money, because it takes that whole psychological risk factor. I think what it is, they know in their back of the mind, they could say, screw it, I could blow this up and it's not my money. You know? So so that helps them trade in kind of the more efficient way that you kind of need to trade sometimes, right?
You don't think this actually goes back, like I believe I might be one of these people that you just mentioned, because let's say I have a $30,000 account. You know, on a good year, let's say a very, very good year, I was able to multiply that. Like I 2x it, I get another 30,000, which is still nothing. If you think about it, like all the effort you put in through this year to multiply your account, and which is I consider is a good, it's actually a good outcome. A trader that can multiply his portfolio in a year, this can be a good trader, but still the capital plays a very difficult, like let's say psychological pressure. Other than traders that have to make only 10%, 15%, 30% a year, and still money-wise, like cash-wise, still come much ahead of these traders that multiply their accounts.
Yeah.
Which adds up to like a lot of psychological and much more risk that you have to take, and much more like stress that you have to undergo.
Yeah, and so it's a different stress profile, right? And like,
yeah.
And so you think you're in that realm where basically if you, like you said, you wanted to be, I mean, our group is, I'm starting to treat our group like a prop firm. So people in Delta are basically treated like they're in a prop fund. If they tap into me. So you got to tap into me. But like, so yesterday a trader, he still has a job, and I did ask him if I can share some of the stuff, but he still has a job, and he was in a trade, and he got called to an emergency meeting, which is kind of rare. And he lost $500. And he said, and it blew his confidence. And like, he said, I was doing awesome. And then this just blew my confidence. I said, well, he said, this is what he shared, what he wanted to do. I said, hey, do you got 2 minutes? I just need to adjust you here. I just need to adjust your thinking, because you're going to waste your time and you're going backwards. So do you have 2 minutes? We can get on audio, and can I adjust your thinking? If he would have made $500, he'd be in a different psychological space. So I'm going to share some of the future posts that I'm going to share, which is, in your life, you have immovable mountains. Family is an immovable mountain. If you get too far into trading and you ignore and don't foster consistently your family relationships because of trading, you're making a major mistake. Even though you think you're doing it for their legacy and everything else, there's nothing like you being present, because you can't get it back. That's an immovable mountain. That's what I mean by an immovable mountain. So your trading system and your trading, like, it can't get past that mountain if you care about your family. Maybe you don't care. But if you care about your family and you have family, then, that comes first, and trading can't trump that ever. There will be times where, you will have an option of maybe you could drive your daughter to work or to school, for instance, or does your wife, for instance. And then, you enjoy that extra 10 minutes of driving her to school because you get to talk and kind of learn things, right? But like, maybe you would rather do something with trading. Well, that's a minor. But then I can just tell you that even when I would drive my daughter to school, I wasn't present. And that's the only regrets I have in life, is that I wasn't more present. Even when I was just in the car listening to her, my mind was still elsewhere, right? So if trading does that for you, you're actually going to hurt your trading. So I'm going to get it back to trading. Number one, you're going to hurt your family because they need you, they want you. But number two, you're going to get a point where trading's not going to, you be a successful trader, and you're not going to be able to use the capital that you made to then rekindle the relationship that you actually should have. So you're going to be satisfied in one life, and then what's going to happen, it's going to start affecting your trading, because you're going to realize, I can't fix what I fucked up. So, I don't talk about this type of stuff much, but this is the type of stuff that beginning elite traders need to start thinking about, because it's a work-life balance. Now, from him perspectively too, the other thing I shared with him, I said, like, look, dude, you got a job, right? And that job is keeping you fed, and you need that job, right? He said, yeah, I can't full-time trade now. I mean, I'm making it, it's making money, but I need the job. I'm like, okay, that's an immovable mountain. So what you're going to end up doing is you're going to sabotage yourself at the job, and they're going to fire you. Like, you're on the path to doing that. I'm not saying you're doing it now, but I'm saying you're on the path to doing that. So what you need to realize is that the job for you at this point in time is an immovable mountain. And I'm going to give you a pickaxe and a shovel. That's the Rex Dog trading system. And then eventually there's going to be a point in time where you're going to have an epiphany. And so what you need to do, because the job is an immovable mountain, you don't adjust, because you can't lose your job. And this is important. I want everybody to hear me that's still on this. If you're in this situation where you have a job and you know it sucks and you absolutely hate it, but then your job provides you the ability to eat and your family to eat, that's an immovable mountain. So you have to do everything to keep that job. And what you have to do is the system adapts around your job, not the other way around. You don't adapt to being able to trade more. You adapt to ensuring that you are always adding value to that business, so that so when they have layoffs or when they think about letting people go, they say, I can't let go of this dude. You shouldn't be telling them that you're trading either, because then they'll have another reason. And then that's an immovable mountain. and I'm going to give you a pickaxe and a shovel, and you're going to start picking away at that mountain. And then there's going to be a time where trading has adapted to your work-life balance, your personal and work balance, where the system adapts to you, meaning that you have to adapt the system to your immovable mountain. And then you're going to have a day, because it happens to all of us good traders, where you say, because I had to go through this with my business. I had to go back in my business and run it for another 3 months because I needed that income and I couldn't supplant it with the trading income. And I was pissed because I just wanted it to go away. I couldn't get anybody to buy it. I just wanted that business to go away. But I couldn't because I needed the income. And I couldn't hire more people because I needed the income that I would hire more people to get to trading. So for 3 months, I had to figure out how do I adapt the system to my immovable mountain. That adaptation was I traded twice a day. I traded no one could talk to me in the morning for an hour, and no one could talk to me from 1:49 to market close. That's an hour and some odd minutes, 11 minutes. No one could get in touch with me, even in an emergency, except for family. No one in my business could get in touch with me. I shut everything off. I didn't even check anything, any email, nothing. And I traded twice a day for about 3 to 4 months. And then eventually, the epiphany that you're going to have is the same epiphany that traders that quit their job have, which is I'm losing money. It will come a time where you will look at that and you'll say, I'm losing money. This little piddly job that I have here, could be even a good job, it's actually costing me money. When you get to that point, your trade system's already adapted. It'll be an easy decision. And at that point in time, I'll give you dynamite. And then you start blowing holes in that mountain. And then eventually that work mountain becomes gone. Your family mountain is always going to be there. So you can't get rid of your family mountain. It's going to be there, and you need to, throughout your life and trading, the system needs to adapt to your family, not the other way around. Otherwise, you're going to lose your family. But work, we can get rid of that mountain. But you got to have that job so that you can survive. And trust me, you don't want to, if it's hard to trade when you have a job and you have the next paycheck and food paid for, and you have psychological issues that you're still working through, try to do it when you got to feed your kids. Or just imagine your kid might have some kind of medical issue and healthcare is going to be expensive. I can almost guarantee none of you actually, if you have a job, have looked and seen how much it costs for you to have the same type of healthcare that you do now for when you actually work for yourself. I bet I could take any trader that maybe is on the path to becoming successful, and I could ask the same question. I'm like, okay, how much, you got a family of 4? Okay. You pay what for insurance through your job, and your wife have a job? Okay. You're underneath yours? Okay. How much do you think it's going to cost? How much does it cost now? Okay. Tell me how much tomorrow if you had to buy life insurance or no health insurance, how much it would cost. You'd be off by factors of 4. So, and those are things that you're not even thinking about. You still have the dream of being this successful trader, making, if I only made $1,000 today, I can extrapolate that out to this. Or I only made $300 a day, I could extrapolate out of this. Yeah, except for I can tell you right now, your first 3 months of trading goes to living life and healthcare, taxes, and your capital expenditure. Your first 3 months of a highly elite trader. You can get it down to the first 45 days if you just are able to structure your business and your entities correctly, and you actually, are a wildly successful trader. For most of you, the last 3 months of your trading is where all your income is going to come into play, because because you have a life developed, you have life responsibilities from a fixed cost perspective that you haven't downsized or you can't downsize, that you have to support going forward. So 7 months to 8 months out of your trading year is to pay the government and to pay for your lifestyle. The rest of the 4 or 5 months is where you make your income, if you break it down that way. So these are the things that I don't readily go into because it will utterly probably destroy some of you. But it also is stuff that it doesn't really help you get to the next stage, because until you start having $10,000 months, like, you don't need to start thinking about this. When you start having $10,000 a month, you need to start thinking about this, because a $10,000 a month is going to turn into a 12. It's going to turn into a 15. It's going to turn into a 20, right? So my months right now were $55,000. That's my months, well, on what I share publicly. What I share publicly is $55,000. I will never probably share my full net worth just because I don't think it's anybody's business. But you can go to my P&L page on my website right now, and you can see I'm around $66,000 for the year so far. And I live a very fixed cost type of. I don't flex, you know. You don't see me flex in cars. You don't see me. I have no need for a Rolex, so you'll never flex on watches. I mean, I might buy one nice one just for the hell of it, but I don't even have the desire to have a watch. Like, so, I don't. So for me, I've already done the steps that, capital cost wise, I'm streamlined, right? So I guess I just share that with people that, there's factors. You're just focused on, some of you are just focused on, can I get into a system that's going to tell me how to trade, right? Well, I can almost guarantee 90% of the people that are looking, well, let me just call it a trader. Actually, I would be wondering. I don't follow ICT stuff anymore because he annoys me, right? Does ICT talk about this stuff? Anybody that knows ICT? Like, in comment if you're still watching or still looking. I just would be curious. Does he talk about this type of stuff? He is a successful trader, right? ICT? He's been doing it for years, right? Have ICT shared his P&L? That's the question I have. And has he shared this perspective on being a successful trader? I just wonder, because I don't follow his stuff anymore. So anybody that maybe knows ICT, I'd love to hear. And maybe this no one knows enough about it or follows it enough, which would surprise me actually if you did, because I don't think that. I know sometimes I talk similar to the way ICT talks sometimes about things, but I would be surprised if ICT people actually make it over to my neck of the woods, because my philosophy is very contrary to a lot of the things that he teaches. But that is a well-known trader out there that's been for years. Does he speak? And I've never seen him speak about this type of stuff. I've never heard him speak about. So that's one way that I could tell whether or not there's, like, when I see it come across a YouTuber or another trader. So here, Tech Smarter says no. He is pretty annoying, though. I can't stand his Twitter. Yeah, I had to unsubscribe from his Twitter too, because it's all him flexing and providing no value, right? I just that's when I finally stopped completely. I haven't watched a video of his in over a year, because I watched his futures videos, and he said in one of his futures videos, he said, "Look, I'm going to tell you guys just to be upfront, none of you guys should be trading futures unless you have 25 grand in the account." And I was like, did I just hear that right? 25 grand? Is he talking pattern day trading rule? No, he was talking about futures. I'm like, dude, 25 grand. The least amount of capital that you should be able to turn 3 grand to 10 grand in my system. Now, you're going to have to be highly focused, and that's what Tony's going to do. Tony's going to turn 3 grand to 10 grand. You're going to see Tony do this in real time. So I'm not just speaking. You should be able, the bare minimum to start with is 3 grand. You should be able to turn 3 grand. Tony, what did you make today? Are you still listening? Yeah, so I'll see if you. I think you shared your P&L, didn't you?
Yeah, I think Tony hopped off.
Okay.
Or now he sent a message.
I think he said he made three something, right? 394. I think he sent me. And if I'm wrong, I never do these calculations because I think they're BS. But Tony will have a goal, which is basically turn that 3 grand into 10 grand. And then he can take a draw. And then then how it works is that he can take $1,000 draw. And then 9 grand to 12 grand, he can take $1,000 draw. 12 grand to 17 grand, he can take $1,000 draw. 17 grand to 22, he can take a $2,000 draw.
Sorry, I'm not sure, like, I understand what you mean by $1,000 draw.
$1,000 out of the trading account.
I see.
So instead of having $10,000, he's going to take that $1,000 to potentially live on or do something else. He's allowed. He can.
Yeah.
So,
And what time frames are we talking? I was speaking about when we say like 3,000 to 9,000, 9,000 to 17.
Well, it's exponential when you get to 10. So for instance, it gets a little, the exponential grows each $2,000 that he makes, he can trade another three contracts technically, if he's aggressive and he's doing it right. So every extra 1,000, every extra 1,000 technically you could trade 3, but I say 2. Every extra 2. So if you're trading 9 at 3, which is still a little aggressive, I'm talking about max position, right? You're trading 9 MNQ lots, but those are your high conviction trades. Otherwise, you're typically around 3 to 6 on most trades. And then when you get up to 5 grand, you can add another 3. When you get up to 7 grand, you can add another 3. When you get up to 10 grand, you could add another 3. That's why it gets exponential, because you're no longer trading 6, you're trading 9. Then you're trading 12, max. So how it works, how the equity growth works in real life with this stuff is basically you have $300 days. So let's say that he has his first day of trading live, or first week of trading live money, he makes $100 a day because he's a little skittish, right? He has $3,100. Next day he makes $394 like today. Well, he's up to $3,500. And then the next day he makes another $400. He's up to $3,900. That's a pretty good week so far, right? Pretty good growth. The system's designed to do that. The system's not designed to have a losing day. Now, well, I only have a losing day because of that one bad trade, but I still made $340. So, it's pittance compared to what I had. And I'm still upset about. I'll forget about it here once I get off. But it's just like, it was all because I'm not blaming you at all, man. It's not your fault. It's all because I'm on chemo and I'm trading and I wasn't focused and made 2 wrong decisions. So it's like, I'll make it back tomorrow. So I'm not like, just like when I lost that 49 grand day, I made it back within 2 days. So, but I'm not used to losing. So the system isn't designed to lose. And this is the other unbelievable thing, is that because the system's an always in system, there are 2 or 3 momentum shifts typically on a day, and you're going to capture at least 2 of those correctly with the system. So it's designed to be a green only system, because once again, I'll go back to it. You're not trading in arbitrary areas. You're predicting ahead of time high probability reaction areas, and you're trading where you get at least one chance to break even or make a little bit of money before that trade maybe goes against you. I don't know any other trade system that can say that and prove it day in and day out. I'm not proving it as well as I am because I don't trade the system, but I think what we're going to see with Tony is that he's actually going to prove more of the system than I am, and I got to catch up with him to do the same. Which is like, dude, stop trading against the system. Stop being an idiot. So that's what a draw is basically a draw as you grow. And if you just took, he has to make 6 grand, right? To get to, or sorry, I can't do math. He has to make 7 grand to get to 10, and we divide that and we say 300. That's 23 trading days of making $300 a day. I hate doing this math because it doesn't work like this, because this is how it works in real life, okay? We trade in lots of 3. That means you have 2 defined profit levels. So how your P&L looks is it's a stair-step P&L. You make a little money, and then that trade, that last third lot, you take profit in 2 areas. That third lot, that is the runner. Sometimes you get lucky and that runner keeps going. And instead of making that, $70 that you're making on that trade, you end up making $200 on that trade because that runner keeps going. and then you have two runners that keep going. That's kind of how this works. So your equity growth is like a stair, and then rip up. And then out of those 23 days, there's going to be 4 trades in those 23 days where he's going to have like maybe a $900 day. And why is he going to have a $900 day? Is because he's going to see something in the chart and he's going to say, F it, I'm going in with 6 lots. And then he's going to say, oh yeah, I'm right, I'm going in with another 6. So he's trading his max he can do, but he's in at 12 lots on the MNQ. And the beauty of our system is that he was already profitable when he added, and he's going to be profitable within 20 to 45 seconds on that trade. So he's going to be in profit on that trade on those 12 lots within a minute and 20 seconds. And then managing a profitable trade is much easier. Like, it's easier to manage a trade and profit than trying to scale in. Now he might have scaled into that position as well in that, but then so then he's going to get that trade like that, and that's where he's going to like make $600 to $900 on one trade because he went in heavy and he said, I'd be crazy not to take this trade right now because here's where I'm wrong. And the system, and I've seen this play out 10 days, or I've seen this play out 20 times before over the last 10 days. And this is the perfect example of it playing out. Like, I'm going heavy. So that's the way it starts working. What you see me do is I go heavy more than I should, just to be an aggressive trader. So, that's how it should work for him if he's doing it right. It should work that way. And that's what I've had many talks with him about, not many, but I made it very clear. I said, this is the path that works, right? So that is the path that a lot of traders take too, that a lot of traders will take. When you adopt our system, it's a non-red day system if you're trading the system correctly, because you're only trading around high probability reaction zones. Only. You're not in the middle of the chart somewhere and see some random head and shoulder pattern, and then you have no other predictive indicators to use to tell you whether or not that head and shoulders pattern has the possibility of actually working out. Every pattern that you trade in the RexDog system has a predictive nature to it. You're either predicting where you're going to take profit, or you're predicting where your next trade is, and 85% of the time there is a reaction in that zone. And in heavy momentum days, like was yesterday, where after 11:30 you just had to be momentum long, you're in easy mode. You're that 22-year-old hot chick with an OnlyFans page. You're in easy mode. And those days occur about 2 or 3 times a week in the system. The rest are these range days, but then still, if you trade them correctly, you're still making money, but it was just a little difficult more to trade because the signals weren't as... Basically, the way the 4 chart works is it cascades down or cascades up. If the market's going to move in one direction, it starts to cascade. Yep.
Yeah, I see like many traders talk about this. I don't think like I still have the concept yet, but how do you actually transfer into, like, do you have a checklist to transfer into easy mode? Or like I see Al Brooks speak about this, a lot of other traders speak about this. Like, what are the indications that you see that makes you snip to an easy mode, like have more conviction and start taking more trades? What are like the triggers for this mode?
Well, it's like anything else. It's like boxing or whatever else. Like, you just see a pattern. That's what boxing really is. It's the two fighters trying to figure out their weaknesses, right? And then they test it, and then essentially they do a haymaker, not a haymaker, but they drop a series of punches to exploit something that they've either taught, or they've either made the boxer continuous rely upon, or they've it's like poker too. That, you're not playing the cards, you're playing the man across the table, right? Or the woman. You're playing the person across the table, right? In good poker. So, like, it's the same way. You trade the markets long enough, and you trade a system long enough, you're going to recognize those times just naturally. It's just going to come up. how do you train for it? You just trade the markets. That's how. Here's how you get to to have that opportunity. You survive in the markets. That's how you get to have the market provides you with those opportunities when you survive in the market. If you don't survive in the market doesn't provide you those opportunities. So that's why, in order for you to survive in the market, you need to have a trade system that manages risk. This is the other thing I haven't, you don't realize that, no one's going to believe me. I don't care, but you're benefiting from it. Because where we trade in the RexDog system and the way it's developed and the rules that I've created around it and how to trade it, risk is built into every trade outside of a stop loss. Risk is built in from the second where I tell you where to trade. Because you're trading around a high reaction area, the risk is already built in, because 80% of the time the market is going to move in your expectation, at least somewhat in your expected direction. And I implore anybody that's watching me or listening to me or considering my system, and even members. Other members, I don't think you need to go out and look at other trading systems. But if you're considering some kind of other trading system, look at it from the perspective of not how they tell you to do stop losses. That's arbitrary risk. Okay? Stop loss is an arbitrary risk. It's arbitrary because it's arbitrary based on, number one, if they try to define like a 2-to-5 ratio or a 1-to-3, 3-to-1 ratio or whatever, however you want to think about it, that's all fake. That doesn't exist. You can't do it. You can't develop a trade system like that. Algorithmically, you can do it because you have to, but you have to do it a special way. But for a human trading it, those type of risk parameter trades, you're not going to get enough of them. So the first thing you need to evaluate is, where is the system telling me to take trades? And if I didn't trade with a stop loss, what is my opportunity to get out of that trade? Or what is my opportunity to scale into that trade area and have an opportunity to get out of that trade if it doesn't work out in my favor? And then how quick does the trade system reveal to me that it's not working? If you find a trade system like that, it's built in with inherent risk inside it. So very few trade systems have built-in inherent risk management, because where they tell you to take entries is completely arbitrary. So for instance, this morning at 3 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't sleep. I went in the gold channel because I was trading gold overnight. And it was utterly funny because I was the only one that was short. And then I started battling with a few people, because some people will come on and say, hey, my brother just traded this system and it made him money. So I would say, hey, what's the system? And then people would come and share like, hey, go long. One guy said, hey, go long, good risk reward trade. I'm like, okay, dude, like, what value are you providing? Why are you so scared to share where you tell people to go long? Like, do I have to do it for you? I'm like, okay. And he said, well, are you even in a position? I said, yeah, I'm short. And basically, as if it gets up here, I'll add. And then, I added there. And then we continued to have a conversation. And he eventually shared the number, because I said, look, I'll do your TA for you. If you're not going to reveal for people where the highest risk reward long trade is, I'll attribute the idea to you, but I'll use my system to do the TA for you. And then we started having a good conversation. He started like, hey, here's where it's at. Here's what I see. I'm like, cool. That's the type of conversation. But what was interesting is 80% of the other people, I got quite a few followers from just having a conversation, which I don't care. I mean, that's why I was doing it, but it was just interesting. I was bored, but they were focused on the gap. Like 80% of the people in that gold trading room were focused on the gap getting filled. And they all were basing their trade decision on this gap. And I was not, I couldn't believe it, because it's like the gap has such a based on the indicators that we use in our system, there's no way that gap's getting filled. It's going down first. And that's what ultimately, if you look at gold, what transpired over gold overnight, that's what happened. My trade worked out pretty well. I don't know what it did today because I didn't get to trade it much. But in the overnight session, it did a, it sold off in that overnight session from that time that I was talking. Actually, it was momentum short in much part of the day. It would have been a good thing to probably, yeah. So I was talking right around this 4:30 time. And then from 4:30, it went from 2000. Well, no, I actually was getting in at 241. So when did I get in? I got in at 226. And then basically I got in at that 229 level. So I was adding and adding and adding, and it sold off all the way down to my number, 1996. I said it's going to 1990. It actually hit 1996. Holy crap. I'm a genius. It actually hit 1996. So I said it's going to 1997, 1996 zone. That's where it's going. And pretty much, I don't know if you can go back in that chat history, but like 80% of the room was arguing with me. Like, no, it's going to hit it's going to hit this level. It's going to bounce. I'm like, nah, I don't think so. That's not what my system says. I just share that just because, from time to time I go to these things and I realize how special the thing that I've developed. I've developed a system that anybody can learn within 30 days and start making it their own. I've developed that system. It's based, they're trading off the fundamentals, but the fundamentals that they're trading off of is based on their style. And like, I understand now why 80% of the market will probably never want to follow me or never resonate with me, because they can't get out of this simplistic thinking about what they've been taught by other people that is false. They've learned behaviors and market axioms from people that are regurgitating stuff that they've been taught that they're actually not, they don't have edge in. So they've programmed their mind to believe ideas that they haven't tested themselves and that aren't real because they've been taught it by people that actually aren't using it for edge. They're using it to get attention. They're using it to sell their training. They're using it, and even books out there are the same way. So, I'm not going to change that world. I don't care. But I don't know.
I wanted to elaborate more, two questions about the two topics you mentioned right now, and not specifically, but in the first one you talked about the way that the system, not the way about, it's like the system is not depending on the way its stop losses is set because it's fake. And I totally resonate with that because I believe like the stop, like, I wanted to ask you about your system. How does it like work around the stop hunting, as we might call it? Like, because if you have a stop loss there, like most probably you will be hunted at this stop loss before it starts going your way. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
no, you can't totally
answer that.
Gonna stop right.
I can answer that distinctly. Stop hunts don't exist. Liquidity zones don't exist. They're not real. They're a made-up term that don't exist. The market might move, and you might call it a stop hunt, and maybe, and I know.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I don't mean like something is actually like.
No, and it is true that you will see whenever we get information from court cases, we'll see the market makers talk about stop hunts and wiping these people out, right? It's kind of like politics. I don't participate in politics. I don't participate in stop hunts. And if I participate in stop hunts, I participate in them where I use the stop hunts to my advantage, right? So I plan, and you're taught to plan. This is what's so beautiful about the system. You don't even need to know about stop hunts. I barely talk about them because the way that you're taught to plan, to trade my system inherently has you trade stop hunts properly. That's all I have to say about that. That's it. That is the extent of why you don't have to worry about it. Because I know that this term stop hunts exists, and I could argue that, yeah, it's real somewhat. But for us, it's not real. Because we trade stop hunts correctly within the rules and confines of our system. So we're never hit by a stop hunt because number one, our stops wouldn't be there. That's probably where our trades are. So,
Understood.
it's
Yeah.
contrary to, like, you don't have to, I know it seems unbelievable, but what's your other question?
Actually, it has to be like added to any successful system. Like you have to have an aspect that, like, even if you do not plan for it to be there, it has to work with it. Like you have the understanding of the concept, and you know that it's not affecting you in a negative way. The other question was, like you mentioned, you're trading gold. I don't know if you do that on a regular basis or not, but I'm talking about generally the things that appear from a fundamental aspect. Like, for example, gold got pretty somewhat of an interaction recently with the whole dollar thing and like the BRICS agreement and whatever. So like these kind of events that does not happen on a regular basis, fundamental events, how is it included in your system? Like where should you focus? Like if crypto is the one that makes the money now to make a symbol, am I making sense here? Like, do you get what I mean?
Yeah, so I'm kind of a weird person where I don't pay attention at all to the news, but then I also do, meaning that, so I do fundamental, but it doesn't play a role in how I trade, because I wanted to create a system where I didn't have to know anything about the news, except for known
Yes,
news events. So
yeah, that's we're speaking about like active daily trading, but like let's say in more of a macroeconomics way
yeah,
of approaching the market, because like trading affects your thinking about life, even about other businesses and how
yeah.
to look at other aspects of life. Like everything becomes a bet to you, and it's like
Yeah.
a risk to reward, nothing further.
So I have
So
I'll answer your question just real quickly, distinctly.
okay.
I'm looking for the next growth stocks, and I'm doing fundamental analysis, and I believe I'll find them. So that's an example of the fundamental analysis I do. Once a month, I go deep into Bitcoin and crypto, and I do deep research around what's the market doing, what's the market thinking, what are the opportunities, what's the new company, where have the VC funds put their money. That does play a role, but if the chart that I'm trading doesn't represent that fundamental analysis, I always trade the chart because the chart doesn't lie to you. So the chart, the other thing that the chart has, there's this stupid term called dumb money and smart money. I don't believe in those terms. I only believe in insider money and non-insider money. And smart money isn't insider money.
Inside,
Yeah.
of course.
So you might, and I know these terms could be interchangeable, but smart money, what people would think of as smart money, well, like for instance, I think it was Ray Dalio. He's a different level of smart money, if you want to use the term smart money, where he bought a satellite system to basically measure, I think it's Ray Dalio, that basically went to all the oil refineries in the world. And you can look at these oil refineries, and that the way that they're built is that some of them, you can tell how much oil is in those oil refineries from a satellite. You can also track the shipping and the actual shipping from vehicles. You can track the amount of employees on a daily basis. You can predict when that oil, not rig, but the oil storage. So that's smart money in a whole level.
Yeah, it was like very genius idea, and opened up like a whole another perspective of the market of implementing outsider information directly into the market.
So that's why he traded oil with such conviction, because he had that. So there is people in crypto and the other markets that are trading insider knowledge, and that's represented in the chart. So, I'm not saying you can recognize it, because you don't need to recognize it, because the RexDog system already plots it. That's what's beautiful about what I've created. Like, I know I'm speaking like from this high level, like, and I'm pouring the praise on it. It's also why it pisses me off when I don't trade it exactly. Because when I do my swing trades in equities, about 3 weeks later or something, news on that. So I trade, like, it's weird. I trade a lot of biotech stocks in my equity swings. And what's weird is that through my scan, I only lose 5% at most on otherwise they run 30 to 70%. It's like so sick how these do this. And what happens is about 3 weeks after they pop up and I'm in the position, there's a major announcement of that biotech stock, or there's something that not Theo trade, but there's another trader that talks about an inciting incident or something. Is there are they being talked about in message boards and everything else? Well, the scanner I use shows news tabs, and it's basically 3 or 4 weeks later, those entities that made that 30 to 70% have things that were known by a group of individuals that probably shouldn't have been known, probably 6 weeks before my system actually picked it up. My system is picking up the tail end of insiders basically fixing the market. I won't say, not basically, no, they're not fixing the market. Basically, operating in the free market system.
Yeah, exactly. The way I see it, like they're just operating their business as they see fit. That's all you can say about it.
Yeah. So.
Okay, let's continue. I have another question about this.
Another question. Go ahead.
And I was just like thinking about the thing you mentioned about the swing trades for equities. How do you approach that? Like, do you have a list of the, let's say, stocks that
I use a tool called
go through?
I use a tool called Stock Fetcher, and then
Okay.
it's a tool. What it does is, and when we get into the equity, so my next thing is I'm going to design a 4-chart setup that can be set up in TradingView, because TradingView doesn't have tick charts. So that's been one limitation. We're going to have a 4-chart setup that's based on what's available in TradingView. So it might be Renko, I don't know, but there will be very clear 2 additional charts that will take time out as a factor. Now, then when I get that done, then I'm going to go to the swing trading, and I'm going to create, in conjunction with the swing trading, we're going to create a rules-based checklist that will design your trade system for you, for the people that want to be told exactly what to do every step of the trade. These are for people that actually don't want to do anything arbitrarily. They want to be told exactly what decision to make when, like how to enter. They want to know exactly when they enter, the exact spots to put stop losses. Like, meaning, like, there's no questionability where they go. Like, there's some, like, you see me trade, I start with a protective stop, right? Well, that might be something, but I know there's a percentage of people that can trade better with other people's money. There's a percentage of people that need to be told exactly what to do. Like, just need to be, like, this is what you do, and you don't break it. I know there's a percentage of traders that would help tremendously on. So, and then I'm going to get on to equities. And those equity trades, they're a little bit more advanced to do, but they still follow the system. But you need a scanner, because you need to whittle down however many equities there is down to less than 30. And then you need to whittle those down to 10. And then you can focus on 10. And then probably at that stage too, I might have to hire a developer, and maybe what we might have in the system is like, how do we trade all 10 of those and then get out of the ones that are 3% down the next day, and then stay with the ones that actually are up or even, because those are the ones that actually make that 20, or it's 20 at the minimum, but 30 to 70% move. And then, so I use Stock Fetcher to scan that. I'll just share the secret thing that makes many of my scans work is a rate of change negative, so a negative rate of change. So, you know, I have like 5 core scans that I use, basically on dollar numbers. So I trade low float stocks too in that, under $2, under $1. I trade those type of stocks 'cause some of those stocks get signals. But then usually most of my trades within the equity market is anywhere from $5 to $20 is one range, and then I do $20 to $100 of stocks because those operate differently. And then basically it's just a reversion to the mean trades a lot, or it's momentum trades, showing the stocks that actually have the momentum continuation, or reversion to the mean, meaning that they're fades, but the probability of the fades working out, it's like literally you're risking about 5% to make 30, because they either work out within 2 days or they don't. It's usually 2 or 3 days. Usually work out within 2 or 3 days or they don't. So, you know, that's what I do on the equity side. And then I trade options. I trade options with a derivative of Bollinger Bands and Keltner Bands. And I trade only 12 different tickers. Facebook's one of them. And then when they get to a certain area and the advanced Bollinger Bands and Keltner Bands that I created, I use StockFetcher for this too. They get to a certain point and the RDA gets to a certain point. Then the momentum indicators get to a certain point. I start doing butterflies. And then I do some directional options. Like I said, I don't want people to get distracted on, like, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make money with the system first, and then once you make money with the system, you know, trading. Once you make money with the system, then what I would suggest is, then maybe look at other strategies. So that's what I would suggest. You can, you know, make your first $1,000,000 or $500,000 using futures or Forex. You know, choose one, right? Futures or Forex. Maybe you can do it with crypto. You probably could do it with crypto, but to me, crypto's high risk anyways, because if you're going to have a $500,000 on a crypto exchange at this point in time, you have heavy risk, right? Just because, like, the nature of the market right now is still the Wild West. So especially if you're in the U.S. If you're in the U.S., you have tremendous risk exposure. Even Coinbase, you have tremendous risk exposure there, even though they say you don't. So crypto, I think, is a good, you know, under $500,000 type of thing. But when you get above $500,000 and $1,000,000, you want to, your trading drastically is reduced because, yeah, there's a couple whales that do it, but I don't know one whale in crypto that their life isn't ran by crypto. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you mean like the majority of their investments are in crypto?
No, eventually their thinking, their life, their lifestyle, everything they do is centered around crypto. Like, if I wasn't talking right now, I'd be, well, number one, I'd be relaxing and I'd probably be watching Peaky Blinders. And I'd be waiting for my wife to get back from the ER. So, and I'd be hanging out with Rex. So, you know, these crypto bros, they can't do that. Sisses, these crypto bros and sisses, it's their life. Well, trading's my life too. But when the markets are closed, the only reason why I feel like I want to continue trading is because I blew the P&L today. That's the only reason why. Other than that, like if I would have not done that last trade, I would have been okay with the P&L I made for the day. Right? And if I would have got out even half of that, I would have been okay with just have the day for 10. The only reason why I feel any type of way of actually wanting to get in and to trade the overnight session and to be involved at all is because the market, I allowed the market to take money that was that should have been in my pocket. That's the only reason why. But I'll do it tomorrow. So it's like, you know, once I end this conversation, everything's being shut down. And then I'm going to spend a little bit of time writing in my novel. And, you know, then family comes next, right? My daughter will be doing homework and I'll be hanging out with her. And you know what I mean? So it's like, like these crypto bros, they don't have that opportunity. These crypto bros and sis, the ones that I know that have millions of dollars in crypto that are doing it every day, they're doing it every day, and they have to. And they have risk parameters that, so you can make good money in crypto, but it literally is more money, more problems. Because the second that you become a whale, like number one, you just can't buy the amount of Bitcoin you want to buy anyways. You're in the OTC market anyways. Because you will affect every one of these exchanges. If you want to buy a decent amount of Bitcoin, if you want to stack a decent amount of Bitcoin, you're immediately in the OTC market. So, there's crypto from a perspective. I still love it. It's still where my heart is at in a lot of places. But, making a couple $1 million in the futures market is the safest thing you can do from a trading perspective with leverage.
Yeah, and that's why, like at the beginning of the conversation, I mentioned that my focus is completely on futures for at least the next 3 to 5 years. Like, I believe what you just said. Like, futures is seriously like something to consider for this kind of range of movement.
Mm-hmm.
I had a question about. I wanted to get back to futures trading. I had a question that you just elaborated more on.
Sure.
Yeah. I wanted to ask about. I'm not sure how to put this in a comprehensive manner.
Just shoot for it, I guess.
Yeah. Let's say that you are trading on a volatility day. Okay, you recognize you're on a volatility day, and the system tells you that it's continuously in directional movement. How do you comprehend when it transforms middle of day, transforms into another environment? We had in this recent year, it had a significant effect that the transition and the environment of the market happens midday, not on the course of overnight or a couple of days manner.
Yeah. So there's two things that happen with that. Number one, I shared the other day the psychology of the different market times. Did you see that?
No, I haven't.
So the market has, if you want to break it down, the market goes through 12 different psychological changes throughout the 24-hour period. During the cash market, it goes through about 4 or 5. And the reason why that some traders can make money in the morning, they give it up in the afternoon, is because they don't understand that there's 3 sessions. There's 4 sessions they're dealing with. There's really 5 that they're typically active for. There's a 2-hour window before the market opens. That is a psychological change. There is the first 30 minutes of the market. And then there's the opening range. And then there's the morning session after the opening range has been developed. That's 4 right there if you want to break it. This is super breaking it down, okay? There's 4 different psychology shifts in the market that the market makes that you trade around, that you understand. Then you have the morning to the lunch session. The lunch session then transitions to pivot 1 of the afternoon and pivot 2 of the afternoon, and then the last 15. So that's breaking down how every day operates 90% of the time. Every day operates that way 90% of the time. There really is only 3 you need to be concerned about, which is how does the morning behave, how does the lunch behave, and then how does that in the afternoon behave. But the reason why most traders have a problem with this is because they have the problem of recency bias, where basically what they feel is that, or they remember how the morning traded, and it impacts how they trade the lunch, and they don't transition. And then if they traded the morning, they remember how it traded and they trade the afternoon, they place upon the afternoon, and they don't realize it's a whole new market. The benefit of it, it's a whole new market, but it's taking the clues and it's testing or advancing the things that happen in the morning, but it trades fundamentally different. So, but the beauty of it is that you really don't need to know that, because with our 4-chart setup, and I keep railing on this, it's apparent on the 4-chart setup. I'm going to have a 2-hour or an hour video released here on YouTube where I talk about how we grade. I go down different rabbit holes at first, so I know it's going to annoy some people. Like I share about a post and I share about why we do some things that we do here. And then I go down a rabbit hole of, okay, here's why these grades matter. So before, I'll put in the beginning of the video, if you want to skip all this stuff and get right to how we grade, objectively grade. So I want to start putting out daily grades of how the system, not me, and not how easy it was to trade the system, but how the system performed. And there's never really been a C grade, lower than a C grade. Even in COVID, I can go back to those days, the system performed at the lowest in high volatility times on a C. It's usually a B, and twice a week it's an A. And then A plus days are like 2 Fridays ago. Yesterday was a B minus or B plus. Yesterday will be graded as a B plus. And the way we're grading it is not whether or not the trade worked out. And it's not whether or not it was easy to trade. It's like, here's the 8 highest probability trades that you should take in the system. And from these highest probability trades that you trade in the system, how do you grade this individual trade? As far as, does it follow the rules of the system? And if you trade the system as it was designed, what does that grade of that trade? And then we take all of those trades and then we aggregate them and grade the overall day. It has nothing to do with the trader. We take the trader out of the mix. It's literally, okay, the system told us, and this will be in the video, and then it'll be in the members video. So in the first part of the video, that's an hour long, is going to be on YouTube. So you can watch that. And I go and I talk about all this stuff. And I talk about how this grading is created. And then in the second part of the video, I'm going to say, hey, here's how we identify the grade areas. The second part for members, you'll learn how we actually grade it. And you'll see that the grading is based on what you trade or what you're supposed to trade. And it's graded based on confirmation. It's not graded on how much, and it's graded on the 4-chart layout. So, that's how we grade the trades. The other aspect of that is I'm going to solve the holy grail in trading. I'm going to create in this system our ability to predict a range ahead of time. So I will create, it'll probably be a series of 1 or 2 indicators, maybe 1, and it'll be a series of rules. Just as I predict React, just as I created a system with the Rexdog average that predicts bias and that tells, many times, this is what you're going to do if you start using the Rexdog average. You're going to see it just stop in the middle of the chart. You're going to wonder, why did the price start? Then you put the RDA there and you're going to realize it stopped right at the RDA. And then when you learn momentum in our system, you're going to wonder, why did it stop there? And then when you learn momentum, you're going to say, okay, that's where I trade. I trade in those areas. That's predictive nature. Well, I'm going to solve the ability for us to predict in advance, high probability, that we're about to enter a range. And here's how to measure that range. And here's how to consistently update that range to then understand. And I've already kind of revealed some of it. So members, the changeover pattern that's actually is going to play a role in how we identify ranges early. But there are things that happen about an hour before the changeover range that happen on the 4-chart setup that I've been able to identify, that I just need to figure out how I interpret so that we have proper rules to get ready for range trading. Most range trading, what happens is that halfway between range trading, you decide you're in a range, and then you don't realize that you need to look at and say that you're 75%. You're usually about half, but you're 75% into it. And so you only have 25% range trading opportunity once you recognize a range. I want to build a system where basically we're capturing a range within the first 15% of that range. And that not only that, I want to develop the system to the point where, and this might be when I go stealth, when I develop this, because this is the holy grail of trading. And predicting ranges. So just like you can look at a chart and we can predict where the chart's going to react, I want the same predictive ability in ranges. I want to be able to predict 80 to 90% of the ranges that develop on a chart. So that's if you talk about what's my driving goal for refining the system in addition to the training that I'm putting out, the back of my mind, not daily, is okay, let's predict ranges. Not see, this is why, you're like, this actually highlights probably why I'm distinct from many other traders you see out there, right? Because many other traders, they're not thinking about how to predict range. They're trying to figure out when they're in a range. I'm like, if I can swear once in this, I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to know when I'm in a range. Like, well, I'll just share it to my life. Every time I'm in, like, I drive relatively fast, right? So, not fast, but when I come to an intersection, no matter what, even if I have a green light, I look both ways because I want to predict the reaction of that teenager that's on the phone, or that, actually not just a teenager, could be that 40-year-old mother, right? I want to predict the accident. The only way for me to predict the accident is as I approach that intersection and at a green light, I ensure there's no other car that isn't paying attention even though they have red lights. So I've developed the habit of every intersection, as soon as I can, I'm very mindful of the cars that are crossing. I mean, I've seen accidents before me with this like happen, So I'm sharing that as a real life aspect of like me. That's how I kind of think of like, okay, I don't just have a green light here. That green light puts me in an area of the road that is most dangerous for me. And it doesn't matter if I'm driving fast or not. I'm just saying as an offshoot that I'd like to drive fast. Safely fast, I would say. And I'm not an asshole around people, because the other thing that you don't know about me is I carry a firearm everywhere I go. And one of the things that you'll learn about people that carry firearms legally is that they are some of the people that avoid conflict, because if I have to use that firearm, I better have no negligence whatsoever. Meaning that if I create a road rage incident and the person cuts me off, but then they had a dash cam and showed that I instigated it in any way, and I didn't try to run away, and I didn't try to get away, and I have to use that firearm, I just fucked my life. I'm negligent. So, like, you'll learn, if you know anybody in real life that carries firearms and that goes to the range. I mean, I used to go to the range once a week. I've slowed down. And as trained, they are some of the most law-abiding citizens you will find, because they don't want to use it. They don't want to use a firearm. I don't ever have to pull out my firearm, because if I do, as soon as it's on target, bullets are going down range. And I better not have instigated anything into that situation, because then I'm going to have a whole mess of challenges. So I think about the same way in trading. It's like, why should I develop the process of understanding when I'm in a range? Why don't I develop the process of avoiding the range? Or better yet, why don't I develop the process of predicting a range so that I can prepare for it and I can trade for it in that first 10 to 15%, and I can benefit from 80 to 75% of the range, instead of doing what most of these traders do, is like, how do I identify I'm in a range? Well, why don't you predict when you're in a range? Like, to me, it's why think that way? Why do you want to like know when you're there? Because you usually recognize it halfway through anyways. Well, why don't you change your thinking a little bit and actually figure out how to predict the range? and I'm sure there's other traders that have done it already or are actually doing it. That's some of the research I'm doing too. Has someone already figured this out? I've come across one trader that I think he's figured part of it out and he doesn't even realize it. So, hey, anyways, I didn't plan to talk this long. That's how I operate. I probably shared way more than I usually do.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time. I absolutely appreciate every minute. And about the range thing, I think you should check out this. He's a young trader, but he has like a great potential, and he actually speaks about this protecting ranges. His name is Connor Proliphone, I believe, or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, send it over to me if you
Yeah.
can. Yeah,
I will send it to you.
yeah. So I'm not bashful in borrowing anything to get it to figure it out.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much for everything, and I know I've taken much of your time. Thank you all. I've
Yeah.
been very selfish with the questions, so
No, you're good.
just
Thank
want
you for asking.
Yeah, I mean, it gave me an opportunity to get my mind off stuff and not feel the pain that I'm in, and my stomach hurts drastically, and I got other things here in life that I'm, I can't do anything about. I just kind of have to wait. Looks like my wife's going to be in the hospital overnight, so there's just, and like I can't. I'm on treatment, so I really can't easily go there and be comfortable. So, there's just. It was good to be able to just kind of allow me to just kind of go off and kind of lose or not think about the things I'm going to have to start dealing with here once I get off. So,
Yeah. And you were asking good questions
yeah.
that most people probably have anyways too. So you don't have to apologize at all. Thank you for engaging with us and asking the questions that need to be asked.
Yeah, I wish more people would take advantage of me because like I don't feel like enough people take advantage of the opportunity that I present for them. Like, I'm just being upfront. Like I show up every day. Like I'm there. Like, like you should take if I'm willing to answer your questions and step up, I'm doing.
I have
You
the
should take
courage
advantage of
to
that.
actually ask the questions. Yeah, yeah. It's my take too, and it's what made me selfish on these 2 hours because I believe what you said too. So and I hopefully more people that will ask questions and actually not be shy or feel like not able to ask the questions they want to ask, because we all have like these random questions and we think to ourselves like, are they good enough questions? And sometimes they are not. Most of the times they are not, but it's okay to ask them once someone is willing to actually give you an answer upfront with it. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
No, thank you, and thank you to Damon too. I know, and he probably, I doubt he's listening, but thank he for doing what he did today. That's like I said, the more that I can. More that I can do this type of stuff, the more that I can be a fly on the wall and understand what's really happening, so then I can actually create the breakthroughs for people, right? And the real breakthroughs, not like I saw some stuff with Damon today that he hasn't been through enough of the training that I need to know whether or not to tell him to just go through this, or like I at least can provide him a couple key things so he can self-correct, right, and become better. And I would have never got that. Go ahead.
Yeah, a question on this topic, do you recommend when changing or adopting the Rickstock system, changing back to simulated trading for a while and go back to live trading, or is it okay to take it on the fly,
No, I'll tell you the path. It's a really simple path. You need to have 10 green days in a row. And then when you have 10 green days... Huh?
In simulated trading, you mean?
Yeah, 10 so it's 10 demo green days in a row. And then you trade live capital. And if the first losing day you have, you stop and you trade till you have 3 green days in a row. And then you go back and trade live money. And then if you have a losing day, you go back and you trade three. If you consistently have losing days, like one losing day a week, well, number one, that means you're trading good 3 times out of the week, or at least 3 to 4 times out of the week, right? So maybe you have maybe you're Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you're good, and then you have a losing day. Now, providing that losing day isn't massive that it wipes out those last 3 days, then you've got a major problem. You need to go back to your 10 days. But if it's just a losing day, let's say you made 300, 400, 300, and then you lost $100. That's a red day. You need to then go back to demo for 3 days. The system isn't a losing system. So this is what, like I can't say this enough, and I don't know how to prove this. Well, the grading will prove it. And then it's a matter of whether or not you believe the grading. If you see about 2 weeks of grading, like, it's going to be harder to argue. And then when I start backing it up with data that Sierra Chart allows us to provide, that's one reason why I'm going to Sierra Chart. I'll then have the data, and then I'll have visual proof of an ongoing basis that you can argue with it all you want. It just means that you don't want to participate in what we're participating in. So you're missing out. And I'm not going to say it overtly like that, like in the future. But right now, the way I'm thinking about it is like, look, if I now, other than the stupid trade I did today, pretty much every day I prove that I can pull capital out of the market, right? So how can you argue with me on that? And then when you provide the grade, so basically that's the component or part of that's the aspect, or that's the answer to the aspect of what you're asking. Does that make sense? Is that clear?
Yes, absolutely clear.
So what was your original question? Because I have one more point. I want to make sure, because I kind of lost it in the midst of
No, I was just asking you. You actually you answered the questions, and then
Okay.
you elaborated. I was asking about the transferring to the simulation day.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
the only high challenge I have is that if your losing day exceeds more than 2 winning days, then you've got a deeper problem, and maybe the 3 days isn't going to be enough for you, because you need to figure out what did you do wrong and what habit is presenting itself. And you have to really analyze that day and say, okay, I overtraded, for instance. And then when I overtraded, I got down, then I started emotionally trading. And then, okay, once you've identified that, then it's just a matter of, okay, with your emotional trading, how did you emotional trade, and how do you fix that quick as possible? But then it's literally 10 days on this major problem. Then it's 10 days. Minor problems like losing days, it's 3 days. I would, if you have a losing day and it's been a couple weeks since you've had a losing day, I'm not that stringent that you have to absolutely do the 3 days. If you can come back and then you have 3 green days in a row. But if you have another losing day, and it's more like a week, I would say, but it's different for each trader, because most of the time by the trader gets to that point in their trading, they're self-correcting themselves actively in real time in the market. So it's a question of the 3 days are there because they weren't able to actively self-correct themselves in the middle of the market day. So if you have that ability, well, the more that you trade and you become successful, inherently that success comes from your ability to actively self-adjust
Order filled.
in the middle of the trading day, if that makes sense. So that's why the further you get along, the more that you don't need those 3 days, for instance, because you have the ability to self-correct the next day. But if you don't self-correct within a week and you have another red day, then you probably need to go to those 3 days. But that's really the path going. So that's the path Tony's going to go for. Once he has his 10 days and funding. And then if he has a red day after that, then it's 3 days of demo. So it can't get any more simple. I mean, it's hard.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. It's not like having 10 green days in a row, but that.
Yeah, you mean in concept?
Huh?
You mean in concept, it's simple to understand what you should be doing.
Yeah.
Just to elaborate more on that, like just like generally, like when you speak about like the one red day, you pretty much put like have you calculated or like know what the withdrawal time or amount of the system. Like each system has a like Sharpe ratio, withdrawal time, withdrawal percentage, and like its status. Like what do you believe in the withdrawal or the Sharpe ratio of the system?
Yeah, I don't care about those numbers because I don't need to be accountable to anybody, so I don't care. And what I've learned is that the it is a good measure, but because the system was designed to be traded aggressively, less aggressively, very safely, fade trades. The other problem is, you know, the Sharpe ratio doesn't properly measure a plus fade trade. It that I'm not discounting it, but I just don't put much merit in it because it's not a true representation of whether or not that trader could get up tomorrow and actually pull capital out of the market reliably and consistently, right? The numbers will look good typically on that. But so for instance, Tony had a 40% day one time and he still made money. Meaning he is not I don't know what his Sharpe rate. We could look at that and it'll show it right there. But like he was his win to loss ratio was 40%, and he still made money that day, which just shows he was trading in the right locations and doing proper risk management. So that day,
Yeah,
he was following the system
that's
to a
why.
T. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why I asked, like, when you mentioned like changing back to simulation trading, like you are like forming a psychology around the system that this system has a very high, like a very low withdrawal time or
yeah,
percentage, and also like a very high Sharpe ratio because you are mostly like consistently making money of the market. You don't have like a lot of pauses, not a lot of like cutbacks in your trading.
yeah. And the system in its core level, like today, my $20,000 that I made was me trading the system. And then you know, I did one bad trade that wiped out that me trading the system for a whole day. Now I recognize it, and like I said, I just didn't pull the trigger early because I decided I'm going to trade myself out of it, and then I realized that it's actually a bigger risk to try to trade myself out of it and just take the loss. Like instead of me
Yeah.
losing all the 20,000 that I was up, I basically was down to $1,000. But at that point in time where I had to make that decision, do I want to fully deploy my capital and not even fully deploy? Do I want to partially deploy my capital to trade myself out of this trade? I probably could have done it. I probably could have stayed in the overnight or in the settlement too session, no problem. But then I looked at the inverse and I said, okay, if I decide to do that, I can't make up and it goes sour. I'm going to have $15,000 down instead of one. So I already should have cut the trade way before I did. I already should have distracted and everything else, but I didn't. And like, I do see an opportunity that I did have an opportunity here on the end of the day that I probably would have been okay on that trade, trading myself out of it. So I'm a little, but I also have been on the other side of that where I didn't trade myself out of it, and instead of taking $1,000, it was just $15,000 to $20,000 loss, right? Which is a big swing for a day,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah, exactly.
just losing
And,
20
and where's
grand
like the
in one trade was a big swing for the day, right?
yeah, where's the defining line that you see when you say like, should I start the approach of trading yourself out, or just cut your losses? Like, what do you see in your system, or like in your approach, psychological approach to the market? Where's the defining line between
Well,
those?
the first defining line is, do you have enough dry capital, and do you know how to position that dry capital correctly? So, if you have let's say you had a $300,000 account and you only trade 20 or 30 lots here and there, but you could trade up to 200, right? If not more. Well, that gives you the buying power of 200. So if you get into a situation where you don't want to take a loss on those 20 or 30 lots, if you properly scale in on that trade to trade yourself out of that, you're only going to be using 160 of those lots on what was a 20 or 30 lot trade on worst case scenarios. Meaning that if you deploy properly in certain tick ranges, it's literally a certain tick range. You know, if you deploy properly, let's say the tick range is 15%, 15 ticks. If you deploy properly across 15 ticks going down across 160 lots, eventually there's going to be a pivot point where you're going to get picked up. You're going to recognize that pivot point, and then you're no longer getting picked up at 15. You're no longer getting picked up at 10 lots, 15 ticks apart. You got picked up for 3 of them, and then you're taking 60, and you're going in at 60 lots at the right point in time where you will trade yourself out of that trade. And then you get one opportunity typically of break even, near break even, or actually make a profit. There's been trades that I traded myself out of. I was down 40 grand and the largest I've ever been down. I then added 70, 80 lots to it, brought my basis massively down, and I ended up making, 30 or 40, 20 or 30, right? So
Okay, I needed to ask a question because I was doing this kind of approach to the market on a simulated account and seeing how it works. Like, how would I deploy bigger capital than I have to actually mainly it's altering the percentage of your losses to winnings. So I was thinking about where do you stop? How do you actually stop from turning that 40,000 negative account to turning into a 120 or something?
mm-hmm.
Because you're increasing much of the risk, depending on a reaction in the market. And what if, how do you stop yourself from going deep into it? If this
Order
reaction
filled.
counting on does not happen, it will be a much less percentage than a regular trade. But when it happens, how do you stop yourself?
Well, it's discipline, and it's exactly what I described. The market turns. The market never goes in one direction. It can go in one direction longer than you imagine, but it always gives you an opportunity to go in the other direction at some point in time. So you just have to be able to properly have discipline to scale in to how that happens. So that means, and where most people make the error here, is that they blow their full powder in what for you should have been an hour trade. It's now turned into a 3-hour trade, and they blow their capital and their powder within the first hour and a half. Instead, what you're doing is, once you recognize you want to do this situation, you want to trade yourself out of a trade, and you're committed, well, what then you have to do is, I'm in this trade for 3 or 4 hours. And that means I need, because I'm wrong every step of the way, but eventually, since I have enough powder, this is bad trading, but that's also why the trade I did today is not even comparable, because if I would have been off stream, it wouldn't have happened. So, so this is it's a terrible example to use, because I only got in that situation because I was in tunnel vision. I just didn't cut the trade. I should have cut the trade where I was at half the loss, but I didn't. That's when I decided I'm going to actually trade myself out of this trade. So I got aggressive at one point in time where I added, I think, 40 lots to the trade, and then it didn't start moving. And that's when I said, okay, I saw the pivot and I've given it time to pivot, but now I'm risking not just a $1,000 loss. I'm risking a 20 to 15,000, $10,000 loss here, because I could still scale in another 60 down at that level if it ripped down more, and I could do another 60 below that. But at that point in time, I'm turning what would have been a 3-hour trade into potentially I have to watch overnight. And time for me is more valuable. I'd rather take the $20,000 loss than having to be in a trade through settlement and having to look at the trade for the rest of the evening. I'd rather just take the loss, like for making the one dumb mistake. So that's why I did that. Plus there was risk factors. So there's a specific way that you scale in and you need capital. So it first starts with capital. Plus it's a terrible way to trade, because the trade that I should have been in was the short trade that it was against me, because the chart told me, and I told you the times earlier when it told me to do the trade, I just wasn't paying attention to the chart. So like, it's a constant, it's a challenge of streaming more than anything else, which is like, and that's why typically I don't answer long questions on streams. And that's what I'm going to get to more of. It's going to be when the only time I'll answer questions is when I've fully looked at all 4 charts and then I've defined them, and then I can answer any questions. Other than that, Tony will probably be in the background, helping out with questions and answers and stuff. And then I can trade the system. I can highlight the power of the system. So I'm hoping by next week I'm at this point where basically the trading's completely different, because I'm not being arbitrary with me.
Stop filled.
I'm trading the system as it was developed and designed to be traded. And when you do that, magic happens. Like, cause it just works. Like, it just works. So, your question is kind of an advanced question that you should never get into. And I am leaning into, and the habit I've developed is that because I have enough capital to do it, it's an option for me. It's still bad trading, any way you slice it. Now, that's one video I want to work on that I have on my list, which is like, I'm gonna reveal to you the P&L days that I was positive, but they were positive off bad trading, which is gonna just be more of a mind F if you think about it. It's like, this dude was doing bad trading and he still made 35 grand. Like, that's kind of a flex in a way if you think about it, right? I mean, that you could do bad trading techniques and still make money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It's flexing, still bad, but it feels good.
Yeah, but I only can do that because of my capital level. I couldn't do that if I didn't have most traders are undercapitalized. You would be a much successful trader if you were in a prop firm and I could capitalize you at 20 grand. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And most traders don't know how to trade with their capitalization level.
Exactly, yeah.
And then most traders don't know how to grow when they grow their capitalization level. Meaning...
Yeah, that is one of the topics that I believe that are under talked about. Like, there is not enough people talking about like growing with your account as a trader.
That's because there's not enough people that had to do it. That's the honest answer. Yeah. So that's why I created Delta, because there's 5 people that are having to do it right now as we speak in our group. So I created Delta to be as close to one-on-one with me as you can be. The other thing I haven't shared is I do one-on-one sessions. I just never advertise it. I let people come to me and ask. So I've probably done 8 or 10, I think now. I think I said 5 or 4 the other day, but I actually looked back. I think I've done 8 or 10, maybe. So that's, like I said, a lot of things I do, I don't overtly just say I do. I just like wait for other people to self-select themselves and decide that they want to do it.
Yeah.
So
That's great. I had another question, like generally, like you guys as a team, do you like do in-person meetings and like sometimes trading sessions? I believe this element is really missing in there's a lot of elements that are missing from this online webinars. Like if it was in person, I think the psychological approach to it will be much different. Like you see these people are doing the trading all around you, and you can actually talk, and you will be like, you know what I mean? Like I think the idea is clear with everything else, not just in trading.
Yeah, no, I would.
But
We've talked about that with Tony because I'll be upfront. I was getting burnt out before Tony came on board.
yeah.
I was losing my passion for what I was doing here. And then with Tony coming on board, he's helped revigorate my passion and to actually, add to the purpose. But I was at the point where I wasn't going to ghost because I'll never ghost again. But I was at the point where I was just going to go private with whatever we had. And just, if Tony wouldn't have came along, everything that's transpired since Tony came along wouldn't have been happening. Not publicly anyways. I would have just focused on, okay, here's what we got. Let's just move forward with what we got. I don't want any new members. Like, okay, because I feel an obligation to members. So, so I'm still trading the system, but then all the other, like YouTube, no reason to do it anymore. TradingView, no reason to deal with any of their mods anymore. All this other stuff that I deal with, I was getting to the point where I was like, you know what? There's no reason anymore, because I don't see my why isn't getting fulfilled, and I don't see the path to that why getting fulfilled unless I cut it off now and I focus on what I built, because that was kind of before Tony was here for a family emergency, and then like a couple days before he left, he said, can I stay another couple of days and can I learn trading? And that turned into a month. But in that month, we pretty much planned and talked through. I mean, it was just awesome to bond with him and be around him and everything else. But we talked about things that I haven't shared with anybody else. And I shared with him like where I was at, and like, and he resonates with it. He resonated with it. He resonated with the mission. He resonated with what he just got out of the Marines recently. He's in that transition. Yeah. He needs a purpose, right? So like, it's kind of all coming together. And this has happened with a couple other people in the group in the last 3 months that you're probably one of them too. The reason why we've talked this long, and I know I've done a lot of the talking, because I do need to listen a lot more. I used to listen a lot more. I believe in that book, Win Friends and Influence People. I have over 5,000 phone numbers in my phone because I was really good at listening and barely talking, of people I met in real life, because I didn't go to college. I didn't graduate high school. So this is so distinct. Go ahead.
I believe that's actually because the topic that's basically being talked about is trading, and all the people have like this approach like to you for them to answer the questions, and you don't want to be like leaving things behind to not appear as talking much, and you don't really care about what the people will think. You just want to put out there the information as you believe it should be out there. So this is one of the main things I really respect about your streaming or podcasting or everything else. I can't thank you enough for that.
I don't think that does mean, like I said, it does mean a lot. I mean, because that helps, because I'd say a lot of, I'm very active. Like I say on Discord, you're getting a main line into my brain, but I would stop the second that I know that the lurkers don't activate. What I mean by that is, well, number one, I've had some great conversations with members the last couple of weeks. Like just great, like if I could reveal some of the members we have in our group and like their accomplishments and what they've done and who they are, like it's amazing. I can't believe that I've attracted naturally by just doing this people of the caliber that like, and these are people that really aren't a lot active. and then just like I said, this conversation here, like I said, is adding value to what I'm doing in my life and everything else and what we do here. So it has a deeper purpose here, like, so I'm glad it comes through, because that's otherwise I don't need to. Like, that's the truth is, I've got FU money. Like, I don't need to be doing any of this stuff. Like, for me, I have FU money. So, I don't need, like, the second that this feels like a obligation is the second that I will figure out how to do this and go off into the sunset and go stealth. And that'll be, but I don't see that in the new path we're on, and the way that I'm connecting with people like you, and just, I call them the real ones now. Basically, we're attracting the real ones, and I don't want to get too far away from attracting the real ones. I want to attract the real ones that are the real ones in life, and then you're going to be real ones in trading, right? So I know we talked. I do remember some of our conversation previously, like, so, I know we know who real recognize real, right? Player recognize
Absolutely.
player. We want to talk some street lingo. We want to get some old school street lingo. Player recognizes player, game recognizes game, right? That's
Exactly.
that's what it is here. Game recognizes game, and game respects game.
Yeah, I notice I notice this approach with you guys, and I really respect it, even though you don't advertise it much, but it shows. Like, you only want people that are willing to have a deeper understanding and a deeper conversation. You don't want any of the shallow that's pouring out in the social media. You don't care for the attraction that comes with it. I just want the few people that are really gonna be what I want them to be.
I want the people, this is the truth, and actually one member said this. I want the people that are actually predisposed to put in the work and make it happen. That's the people I want. And I don't want anybody else so I intentionally create content and things to make it hard. And I mentioned this before, because I want the people that are predisposed to put in the work, are predisposed to have the grit, are predisposed, because that's what it really takes. It takes a never give up attitude. And I shared this with, and I'll end with this. So that person that I interject with, and I said I wanted to switch their mind, I said, I shared with this before, I'm never proud of it, is I picked up a monitor, I threw it against the wall. I picked up Rex, and we went to like a local little city in my town about 45 minutes away, and we sat in this little park with a fountain and everything else. I looked at Rex and I said, you know what? Am I just lying to myself? Like, like, I know I have this ability, and I know I can do it, but am I just lying to myself? Should I just give up, Rex, and should I do something else? And then I said, then well, Rex gave me a little weird look, and then, because he has no idea what I'm talking about, or maybe he does. And I said, you know what? I'm an elite trader. Because the way I look at, the way I had designed looking at the future is trying to be timeless out of the future, which is basically, I'm an elite trader. It's already it's already done. In the future, I am an elite, not in the future. Since I'm a timeless being, I can't see time. But if I was a timeless being, meaning I was like God, like the God in the Bible, so that's as religious I'm going to get, that it is a timeless being. If I was a timeless being, I would see my full life, and I would see already that I'm an elite trader. Okay? So that's the way I look at the universe. In the future, I'm already an elite trader. It's already happened. Because I'm timeless, I just can't see it. Now, here's what the universe is going to do. Because that's a possibility future. The future is different than the past. The past has been defined. We haven't figured out how to change that yet. But the future is defined as well. I know I'm getting into some, new age. The future's been defined as well, but the future is different from the past, because that's one outcome that the future is giving you, and the future is going to check in with you every single day. And the future is going to check in with you and basically say, hey, in order for this to happen, you have to push energy to it. You have to push, because we're energy beings, you have to push energy The energy that you control with your mind and your body has to be pushed in my direction every single day. So every single day, the future is going to ask you for energy. And that energy might take just 1 minute. It might take 3 hours. For that day, it might take you 12 hours to generate enough energy that the future is satisfied. Of course, if you're on vacation, for instance, it'll probably be like 1 or 2 minutes, but the future is still going to ask you at some point in time on your vacation, like, do you still want me to reserve this as this element in future, or do you not want to push any energy towards it anymore? Every single day. So, at a
Just to elaborate on this topic before I forgot, we changed the topic. So I'm a Muslim, so in the Quran it really explains this stuff. It just resonated very well with it, the way you explained it. I would recommend if you had any time in the future to grasp the Quran, and I know you have the intellect to actually go with the deeper understanding of it.
Yeah. So I can answer your question. No, not to get into religion, but
Yeah.
I didn't know 2 years ago though if I was a believer. So I went through deep religious studies, and every day I do it. The Quran helped me tremendously find the faith that I have. So
That's great.
I don't
Happy
know if
to hear that.
that's in line with your believing on how I should have used the Quran, but the Quran, and I'm probably a heretic from a Christian perspective because I believe what the books say. I believe the books were inspired. So you can't believe just some of it was inspired. They both were inspired or they weren't, right? So
Exactly.
I operate from that perspective.
And surely not to get into just to elaborate on the idea you just mentioned, but not to get much into the topic. More people think that the Quran is an introduction, something that contradicts with the Bible or something. The main idea of the Quran or Islam in general, it's to complete the missing aspects that were not focused on in the Bible. It's more of a continuation of the Bible, not something different at all aspects. Believes in the same things and everything. Like Jesus is mentioned in the Quran in 22 times, and Muhammad was mentioned only 4 times. Just to elaborate on the idea of how they are exactly connected to one line of religion, in the Jewish before that, and that's the basis of Islam, that you have to believe all these prophets that came before Muhammad, and we actually love them and admire them. We believe in all prophets that came before Muhammad, and especially Jesus, because we believe he's the one that's gonna come back again and save the humanity. We do not believe that Muhammad's gonna do that, so it's only a continuation. Just to elaborate on that aspect.
No, it's good to hear because I'll just share in that realm. Well, one of my heroes in that realm died recently, Michael Heisner, Dr. Michael Heisner, as far as from a Christian Bible study. But I also, to your point, I haven't really heard it articulated that succinctly, but I look at all the religious texts that have been inspired or created as the universe, and you can look at that as God, as the universe. I just use the universe because then we're not talking about religion, right? We're not talking about God. When I say the universe, I'm talking about whatever entity that you have faith in. But the universe, has created these inspired books and other related books that then you can use to reinforce the inspired books, right? But so when I went to that study 2 years ago, because I didn't want to die without at least considering if I believe, right? And I was looking at the universe as giving me a chance to figure this out. I had no preconceived notions about I didn't know that you aren't supposed to combine the Quran with the Bible, but I was. I didn't know that for this is why I have a hard time fitting. And I know we're getting into religion, but I'll just talk personally. I can't find a church, and I can't find other people to help me religiously study because I read the actual text, and I believe the actual text, but then I combine the actual text together as one narrative around how to operate in the universe. So, like, I went into that with just thinking that these are the great texts of the Abrahamic religion, right? So maybe I'm completely off base. That's why I say I think I'm probably a heretic, but I haven't been struck down by lightning yet, right?
No, we all have like our own path in this on this topic, but just your point, like really elaborated with, like you said it exactly like you were reading, like if you were reading the Quran, like if you have read the Quran and mentioned it in the same way. So
No, I
just
have. No,
much more concepts that we have talked about, like just in this conversation, are like basically laid out directly, that you might have to go like a few years of thinking, so you would like have a direct approach on something. It's seriously like when you go back to Quran, you find it like it's laid out there. I'm a Muslim and I don't even read it that much, and I'm very neglecting of it, to be frank about it.
Mm-hmm. No, that's
So,
good. No, I appreciate what you said there. I mean, it kind of reinforces what I wasn't sure. Well, no, it's like trading. If I relate it to trading, right? Like each person has their. Well, one of the reasons why I like religious studies is because I'm never going to get the answer. One of the reasons why I like trading is I'm never going to solve it. You know what I mean?
exactly.
So it's addicting in that way. You know, obviously the religious side has deeper implications if you believe for your soul, right? Than trading does.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like it's
And that's again the challenge with the Quran, is it like it was meant to be a textbook, and the first word that came out with it is a challenge. Read.
mm-hmm.
Like the first word that came in, like read. I want you to read and like challenge yourself and challenge me in every way that you can.
Yeah.
Like it came out this way. So that's what's interesting, like about it, when from this perspective of the challenging unsolved problems.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Well, yeah, and it's just, I mean, like I said, it's just as fascinating as I mean, it's more fascinating than trading. So, because
Yeah.
there's stories upon stories, and there's weird stuff, and that's where I enjoy the weird stuff of the Bible and the Quran. I enjoy the weird stuff. So if you want to know the type of like religious study person I am, I like the divine council. I like the fact that actually, there's mention of other gods. I like the fact, so the weird stuff I find the most interesting.
Yeah.
That people would call weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I see exactly your point. So that's basically for me like what keeps life interesting. Like if these things do not exist, like basically life is kind of boring. If there's no such as challenges or something that your 1 + 1 = 2 cannot solve it, like what is interesting about life anymore?
Yeah. No, exactly. 100%. No, sweet. I do gotta go because I think I gotta just take care of stuff. And
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thank you, nephew. I hope to see you soon all. And hopefully, inshallah, very soon I will be joining your team, and we'll be having much more conversation, hopefully.
yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
man, you definitely should. We got a bunch of chat rooms and a bunch of fun conversations
Yeah,
and
sure.
informative. So
Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
thank you.
Okay, great. Well, talk later and see everybody here.
See you soon.
I'm in a trade, but I'll see everybody later. And we'll I'll be popping in a little bit later,
Order filled.
and then we'll kind of go from there.
All right.
Order filled.
See you guys
I'll
soon.
probably trade the overnight again. So, all right. See you later, Sam.
All right, sweet.
Order filled.
I'll see you later, Uncle.
Yeah. See, we'll talk later.
You want to call me
Yeah, I can do that.
whenever?
Yeah, I'll
Just
call
call
you
me
in a little
tonight, or we can just text tonight.
bit. Yeah, no, I'll
Okay.
call you in a little bit.
All right.
Sweet. Peace.
Order filled.
Hi, Bay. Hi, Bay. Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? Feeling okay?
It's really hard for me to talk.
Okay. Because you have a tube in your mouth?
In my nose, through my throat, all the way down to my stomach. But they